Yellow, 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 yellow. How are y'all doing? Y'all can't tell. We're going back at it. Alright. Now we are going to pick back up where we were on the book. Why we do this? Because I don't know about y'all, but I absolutely enjoyed doing the book. I had to force myself to get um, off the stream earlier, so that way I could sleep and get eat and sleep, or else I would have kept going. Um, because I absolutely enjoyed just listening to the book run. Had no issue listening to it. Has better stat spread. You know what? We're just gonna go with this. Hey, but we're gonna be back up at it. And while we're doing this, we're going to finish out book one of the Inheritance series. Turn this up for my messed up eyes. Okay, but we're very close to finishing out book one of the Inheritance series, and then we're gonna go right into book two and let it go. Like I said, I don't know about y'all, but I really enjoyed having it going um, yesterday while I played these games. Um, Let me go ahead and give out shout outs before I get going. Let's see here. Jake Shuffle was here last night. Gentleman that gave us our 130 follower a shout out as well. Kupo Kimpachi. Which I can't wait for them to animate Zaraki's Kapachi, because then animate Zaraki Kapachi's Bonkai, and that whole fight. But while that is going on, we're going to go ahead and get the read along up. For anybody, for those of y'all wondering, I have a digital copy of the books. I own the books. I have digital and hard copies of the books. Total number of pages digitally is 3,373. That's the first 4 books. That's not including the 5th book that is out. That follows the adventures of Murtaugh. Literally named Murtaugh. That is the name of the book. And we're going to pick back up I am going to go back one page and pick up on the previous page where we got off. And we're going to be going.
Asked Aragon. Because the elves still have enough power to resist him, said a jihad. He doesn't dare test his strength against theirs, at least not yet. But his cursed sorcery grows stronger each year. With another rider at his side, he would be unstoppable. He keeps trying to get one of his 2 eggs to hatch, but so far he's been unsuccessful. Aragon was puzzled. How can his power be increasing? The strength of his body limits his abilities, it can't build itself up forever. We don't know, said a jihad, shrugging his broad shoulders, and neither do the elves. We can only hope that someday he will be destroyed by one of his own spells. He reached inside his vest and somberly pulled out a battered piece of parchment. Do you know what this is? He asked, placing it on the desk. Aragon bent forward and examined it. Lines of black script, written in an alien language, were inked across the page. Large sections of the writing had been destroyed by blots of blood. One edge of the parchment was charred. He shook his head. No, I don't. It was taken from the leader of the Urgal host we destroyed last night. It cost us 12 men to do so. They sacrificed themselves so that you might escape safely. The writing is the king's invention, a script he uses to communicate with his servants. It took me a while, but I was able to devise its meaning, at least where it's legible. It reads: Gatekeeper at Ithrozada is to let this bearer and his minions pass. They are to be bunked with the others of their kind and by, but only if the 2 factions refrain from fighting. Command will be given under Tarak, under Gashes, under Durza, under Ushnark the Mighty. Ushnark is Galbatorix. It means, father, in the Urgal tongue, an affectation that pleases him. Find what they are suitable for in, the footmanen, are to be kept separate. No weapons are to be distributed until, for marching. Nothing else can be read past there, except for a few vague words, said a jihad. Where's Ithrosada? I've never heard of it. Nor have I, confirmed a jihad, which makes me suspect that Galbatorix has renamed an existing place for his own purposes. After deciphering this, I asked myself what hundreds of Urgles were doing by the Bior Mountains where you first saw them and where they were going. The parchment mentions others of their kind, so I assume there are even more Urgles at their destination. There's only one reason for the king to gather such a force, to forge a bastard army of humans and monsters to destroy us. For now, there is nothing to do but wait and watch. Without further information we cannot find this Ithrosada. Still, Farthandur has not yet been discovered, so there is hope. The only Urgles to have seen it died last night. How did you know we were coming? Asked Aragon. One of the twins was waiting for us, and there was an ambush in place for the cull. He was aware of Saphira listening intently. Though she kept her own counsel, he knew she would have things to say later. We have sentinels placed at the entrance of the valley you traveled through, on either side of the Beartooth River. They sent a dove to warn us, explained a jihad. Aragon wondered if it was the same bird Saphira had tried to eat. When the egg and Arya disappeared, did you tell Brahm? He said that he hadn't heard anything from the Varden. We tried to alert him, said a jihad, but I suspect our men were intercepted and killed by the Empire. Why else would the Razak have gone to Carbajal? After that, Brahm was traveling with you, and it was impossible to get word to him. I was relieved when he contacted me via messenger from Term. It didn't surprise me that he went to Jayad, they were old friends. And Jayad could easily send us a message because he smuggles supplies to us through Serta. All of this has raised serious questions. How did the Empire know where to ambush Arya and, later, our messengers to Carbajal? How has Galbatorix learned which merchants help the Varden? Jayad's business has been virtually destroyed since you left him, as have those of other merchants who support us. Every time one of their ships sets sail, it disappears. The dwarves cannot give us everything we need, so the Varden are in desperate need of supplies. I'm afraid that we have a traitor, or traitors, in our midst, despite our efforts to examine people's minds for deceit. Aragon sank deep in thought, pondering what he had learned. The jihad waited calmly for him to speak, undisturbed by the silence. For the first time since finding Saphira's egg, Aragon felt that he understood what was going on around him. At last he knew where Saphira came from and what might lie in his future. What do you want from me? He asked. How do you mean? I mean, what is expected of me in Trondheim? You and the elves have plans for me, but what if I don't like them? A hard note crept into his voice. I'll fight when needed, rebel when there's occasion, mourn when there is grief, and die if my time comes, but I won't let anyone use me against my will. He paused to let the words sink in. The riders of old were arbiters of justice above and beyond the leaders of their time. I don't claim that position. I doubt people would accept such oversight when they've been free of it all their lives, especially from one as young as me. But I do have power, and I will wield it as I see fit. What I want to know is how you plan to use me. Then I will decide whether to agree to it. The jihad looked at him wryly. If you were anyone else and were before another leader, you would likely have been killed for that insolent speech. What makes you think I will expose my plans just because you demand it? Aragon flushed but did not lower his gaze. Still, you are right. Your position gives you the privilege to say such things. You cannot escape the politics of your situation. You will be influenced, one way or another. I don't want to see you become a pawn of any one group or purpose any more than you do. You must retain your freedom, for in it lies your true power, the ability to make choices independent of any leader or king. My own authority over you will be limited, but I believe it's for the best. The difficulty lies in making sure that those with power include you in their deliberations. Also, despite your protests, the people here have certain expectations of you. They are going to bring you their problems, no matter how petty, and demand that you solve them. The jihad leaned forward, his voice deadly serious. There will be cases where someone's future will rest in your hands. With a word you can send them careening into happiness or misery. Young women will seek your opinion on whom they should marry. Many will pursue you as a husband, and old men will ask which of their children should receive an inheritance. You must be kind and wise with them all, for they put their trust in you. Don't speak flippantly or without thought, because your words will have impact far beyond what you intend. The jihad leaned back, his eyes hooded. The burden of leadership is being responsible for the well-being of the people in your charge. I have dealt with it from the day I was chosen to head the Varden, and now you must as well. Be careful. I won't tolerate injustice under my command. Don't worry about your youth and inexperience, they will pass soon enough. Aragon was uncomfortable with the idea of people asking him for advice. But you still haven't said what I'm to do here. For now, nothing. You covered over 130 leagues in 8 days, a feat to be proud of. I'm sure that you'll appreciate rest. When you've recovered, we will test your competency in arms and magic. After that, well, I will explain your options, and then you'll have to decide your course. And what about Murtaugh? Asked Aragon bitingly. Ajahad's face darkened. He reached beneath his desk and lifted up Zarok. The sword's polished sheath gleamed in the light. The jihad slid his hand over it, lingering on the edged sigil. He will stay here until he allows the twins into his mind. You can't imprison him, argued Aragon. He's committed no crime. We can't give him his freedom without being sure that he won't turn against us. Innocent or not, he's potentially as dangerous to us as his father was, said a jihad with a hint of sadness. Aragon realized that a jihad would not be convinced otherwise, and his concern was valid. How were you able to recognize his voice? I met his father once, said a jihad shortly. He tapped Zarok's hilt. I wish Brahm had told me he had taken more than sword. I suggest that you don't carry it within Farth and Dur. Many here remember Morzen's time with hate, especially the dwarves. I'll remember that, promised Aragon. The jihad handed Zarok to him. That reminds me, I have a ring, which he said is confirmation of his identity. I was keeping it for when he returned to Trondheim. Now that he's dead, I suppose it belongs to you, and I think he would have wanted you to have it. He opened a desk drawer and took the ring from it. Aragon accepted it with reverence. The symbol cut into the face of the sapphire was identical to the tattoo on Arya's shoulder. He fit the ring onto his index finger, admiring how it caught the light. I am honored, he said. The jihad nodded gravely, then pushed back his chair and stood. He faced Saphira and spoke to her, his voice swelling in power. Do not think that I have forgotten you, O mighty dragon. I have said these things as much for your benefit as for Aragon's. It is even more important that you know them, for to you falls the task of guarding him in these dangerous times. Do not underestimate your might nor falter at his side, because without you he will surely fail. Saphira lowered her head until their eyes were level and stared at him through slitted black pupils. They examined each other silently, neither of them blinking. The jihad was the first to move. He lowered his eyes and said softly, "It is indeed a privilege to meet you." "He'll do," said Saphira respectfully. She swung her head to face Aragon. "Tell him that I am impressed both with Trondheim and with him. The Empire is right to fear him. Let him know, however, that if he had decided to kill you, I would have destroyed Trondheim and torn him apart with my teeth." Aragon hesitated, surprised by the venom in her voice, then relayed the message. The jihad looked at her seriously. "I would expect nothing less from one so noble, but I doubt you could have gotten past the twins." Saphira snorted with derision. "Bah." Knowing what she meant, Aragon said, "Then they must be much stronger than they appear. I think they would be sorely dismayed if they ever faced a dragon's wrath. The two of them might be able to defeat me, but never Saphira. You should know, a rider's dragon strengthens his magic beyond what a normal magician might have. Brahm was always weaker than me because of that. I think that in the absence of riders, the twins have overestimated their power." The jihad looked troubled. Brahm was considered one of our strongest spellweavers. Only the elves surpassed him. If what you say is true, we will have to reconsider a great many things. He bowed to Saphira. "As it is, I am glad it wasn't necessary to harm either of you." Saphira dipped her head in return. The jihad straightened with a lordly air and called, "Auric." The dwarf hurried into the room and stood before the desk, crossing his arms. The jihad frowned at him, irritated. "You've caused me a great deal of trouble, Auric. I've had to listen to one of the twins complain all morning about your insubordination. They won't let it rest until you are punished. Unfortunately, they're right. It's a serious matter that cannot be ignored. An accounting is due." Auric's eyes flicked toward Aragon, but his face betrayed no emotion. He spoke quickly in rough tones. The Kull were almost around Costamerna. They were shooting arrows at the dragon, Aragon, and Murtaugh, but the twins did nothing to stop it. Like Shieldman, they refused to open the gate even though we could see Aragon shouting the opening phrase on the other side of the waterfall. And they refused to take action when Aragon did not rise from the water. Perhaps I did wrong, but I couldn't let a rider die. I wasn't strong enough to get out of the water myself, offered Aragon. I would have drowned if he hadn't pulled me out. The jihad glanced at him, then asked Auric seriously, and later, why did you oppose them? Auric raised his chin defiantly. It wasn't right for them to force their way into Murtaugh's mind. But I wouldn't have stopped them if I'd known who he was. No, you did the right thing, though it would be simpler if you hadn't. It isn't our place to force our way into people's minds, no matter who they are. A jihad fingered his dense beard. Your actions were honorable, but you did defy a direct order from your commander. The penalty for that has always been death. Auric's back stiffened. You can't kill him for that. He was only helping me, cried Aragon. It isn't your place to interfere, said a jihad sternly. Auric broke the law and must suffer the consequences. Aragon started to argue again, but a jihad stopped him with a raised hand. But you were right. The sentence will be mitigated because of the circumstances. As of now, Auric, you are removed from active service and forbidden to engage in any military activities under my command. Do you understand? Auric's face darkened, but then he only looked confused. He nodded sharply. Yes. Furthermore, in the absence of your regular duties, I appoint you Aragon and Saphira's guide for the duration of their stay. You are to make sure they receive every comfort and amenity we have to offer. Saphira will stay above Isidore Mithrim. Aragon may have quarters wherever he wants. When he recovers from his trip, take him to the training fields. They're expecting him, said a jihad, a twinkle of amusement in his eye. Auric bowed low. I understand. Very well, you all may go. Send in the twins as you leave. Aragon bowed and began to leave, then asked, where can I find Arya? I would like to see her. No one is allowed to visit her. You will have to wait until she comes to you. A jihad looked down at his desk in a clear dismissal. Bless the child, Argetlam. Aragon stretched in the hall. He was stiff from sitting so long. Behind him, the twins entered Ajahad's study and closed the door. Aragon looked at Auric. I'm sorry that you're in trouble because of me, he apologized. Don't bother yourself, grunted Auric, tugging on his beard. The jihad gave me what I wanted. Even Saphira was startled by the statement. What do you mean, said Aragon. You can't train or fight, and you're stuck guarding me. How can that be what you wanted? The dwarf eyed him quietly. The jihad is a good leader. He understands how to keep the law yet remain just. I have been punished by his command, but I'm also one of Rothgar's subjects. Under his rule, I'm still free to do what I wish. Aragon realized it would be unwise to forget Auric's dual loyalty and the split nature of power within Trondheim. The jihad just placed you in a powerful position, didn't he? Auric chuckled deeply. That he did, and in such a way the twins can't complain about it. This'll irritate them for sure. Ajahad's a tricky one, he is. Come, lad, I'm sure you're hungry. And we have to get your dragon settled in. Saphira hissed. Aragon said, her name is Saphira. Auric made a small bow to her. My apologies, I'll be sure to remember that. He took an orange lamp from the wall and led them down the hallway. Can others in Farth and Duer use magic? Asked Aragon, struggling to keep up with the dwarf's brisk pace. He cradled Zarok carefully, concealing the symbol on the sheath with his arm. Few enough, said Auric with a swift shrug under his mail. And the ones we have can't do much more than heal bruises. They've all had to tend to Arya because of the strength needed to heal her. Except for the twins. Oh, grumbled Auric. She wouldn't want their help anyway, their arts are not for healing. Their talents lie in scheming and plotting for power, to everyone else's detriment. Denner, Ajahad's predecessor, allowed them to join the Varden because he needed their support. You can't oppose the Empire without spellcasters who can hold their own on the field of battle. They're a nasty pair, but they do have their uses. They entered one of the 4 main tunnels that divided Trondheim. Clusters of dwarves and humans strolled through it, voices echoing loudly off the polished floor. The conversation stopped abruptly as they saw Saphira, scores of eyes fixed on her. Auric ignored the spectators and turned left, heading toward one of Trondheim's distant gates. Where are we going? Asked Aragon. Out of these halls so Saphira can fly to the Dragonhold above Isidore Mithrim, the star rose. The Dragonhold doesn't have a roof. Trondheim's peak is open to the sky, like that of Farth and Duer, so she, that is, you, Saphira, will be able to glide straight down into the hold. It is where the riders used to stay when they visited Trondheim. Won't it be cold and damp without a roof? Asked Aragon. Nay, Auric shook his head. Farth and Duer protects us from the elements. Neither rain nor snow intrude here. Besides, the hold's walls are lined with marble caves for dragons. They provide all the shelter necessary. All you need fear are the icicles. When they fall, they've been known to cleave a horse in two. I will be fine, assured Saphira. A marble cave is safer than any of the other places we've stayed. Perhaps, do you think Murda will be alright? The Jihad strikes me as an honorable man. Unless Murda tries to escape, I doubt he will be harmed. Aragon crossed his arms, unwilling to talk further. He was dazed by the change in circumstances from the day before. Their mad race from Gilead was finally over, but his body expected to continue running and riding. Where are our horses? In the stables by the gate. We can visit them before leaving Trondheim. They exited Trondheim through the same gate they had entered. The gold griffins gleamed with colored highlights garnered from scores of lanterns. The sun had moved during Aragon's talk with a jihad. Light no longer entered Farthendur through the crater opening. Without those moted rays, the inside of the hollow mountain was velvety black. The only illumination came from Trondheim, which sparkled brilliantly in the gloom. The city mountain's radiance was enough to brighten the ground hundreds of feet away. Auric pointed at Trondheim's white pinnacle. Fresh meat and pure mountain water await you up there, he told Saphira. You may stay in any of the caves. Once you make your choice, bedding will be laid down in it and then no one will disturb you. I thought we were going to go together. I don't want to be separated, protested Aragon. Auric turned to him. Rider Aragon, I will do everything to accommodate you, but it would be best if Saphira waits in the Dragonhold while you eat. The tunnels to the banquet halls aren't large enough for her to accompany us. Why can't you just bring me food in the hold? Because, said Auric with a guarded expression, the food is prepared down here, and it is a long way to the top. If you wish, a servant could be sent up to the hold with a meal for you. It will take some time, but you could eat with Saphira then. He actually means it, Aragon thought, astonished that they would do so much for him. But the way Auric said it made him wonder if the dwarf was testing him somehow. I'm weary, said Saphira, and this Dragonhold sounds to my liking. Go, have your meal, then come to me. It will be soothing to rest together without fear of wild animals or soldiers. We have suffered the hardships of the trail too long. Aragon looked at her thoughtfully, then said to Auric, I'll eat down here. The dwarf smiled, seeming satisfied. Aragon unstrapped Saphira's saddle so she could lie down without discomfort. Would you take Zarok with you? Yes, she said, gathering up the sword and saddle with her claws. But keep your bow. We must trust these people, though not to the point of foolishness. I know, he said, disquieted. With an explosive leap, Saphira swept off the ground and into the still air. The steady whoosh of her wings was the only sound in the darkness. As she disappeared over the rim of Trondheim's peak, Auric let out a long breath. Ah boy, you have been blessed indeed. I find a sudden longing in my heart for open skies and soaring cliffs and the thrill of hunting like a hawk. Still, my feet are better on the ground, preferably under it. He clapped his hands loudly. I neglect my duties as host. I know you've not dined since that pitiful dinner the twins saw fit to give you, so come, let's find the cooks and beg meat and bread from them. Aragon followed the dwarf back into Trondheim and through a labyrinth of corridors until they came to a long room filled with rows of stone tables only high enough for dwarves. Fires blazed in soapstone ovens behind a long counter. Auric spoke words in an unfamiliar language to a stout ruddy-faced dwarf, who promptly handed them stone platters piled with steaming mushrooms and fish. Then Auric took Aragon up several flights of stairs and into a small alcove carved out of Trondheim's outer wall, where they sat cross-legged. Aragon wordlessly reached for his food. When their platters were empty, Auric sighed with contentment and pulled out a long-stemmed pipe. He lit it, saying, a worthy repast, though it needed a good draught of meat to wash it down properly. Aragon surveyed the ground below. Do you farm in Farthendur? No, there's only enough sunlight for moss, mushrooms, and mold. Trondheim cannot survive without supplies from the surrounding valleys, which is one reason why many of us choose to live elsewhere in the Bjor Mountains. Then there are other dwarf cities. Not as many as we would like. And Trondheim is the greatest of them. Leaning on an elbow, Auric took a deep pull on his pipe. You have only seen the lower levels, so it hasn't been apparent, but most of Trondheim is deserted. The farther up you go, the emptier it gets. Entire floors have remained untouched for centuries. Most dwarves prefer to dwell under Trondheim and Farthendur in the caverns and passageways that riddle the rock. Through the centuries we have tunneled extensively under the Bjor Mountains. It is possible to walk from one end of the mountain range to the other without ever setting foot on the surface. It seems like a waste to have all that unused space in Trondheim, commented Aragon. Auric nodded. Some have argued for abandoning this place because of its drain on our resources, but Trondheim does perform one invaluable task. What's that? In times of misfortune it can house our entire nation. There have been only 3 instances in our history when we have been forced to that extreme, but each time it has saved us from certain and utter destruction. That is why we always keep it garrisoned, ready for use. I've never seen anything as magnificent, admitted Aragon. Auric smiled around his pipe. I'm glad you find it so. It took generations to build Trondheim, and our lives are much longer than those of men. Unfortunately, because of the cursed empire, few outsiders are allowed to see its glory. How many Varden are here? Dwarves or humans? Humans. I want to know how many have fled the empire. Auric exhaled a long puff of smoke that coiled lazily around his head. There are about 4,000 of your kin here. But that's a poor indicator of what you want to know. Only people who wish to fight come here. The rest of them are under King Orin's protection in Serda. So few, thought Aragon with a sinking feeling. The royal army alone numbered nearly 16,000 when it was fully marshaled, not counting the Urgals. Why doesn't Orin fight the Empire himself? He asked. If he were to show open hostility, said Auric, Galbatorix would crush him. As it is, Galbatorix withholds that destruction because he considers Serda a minor threat, which is a mistake. It's through Orin's assistance that the Varden have most of their weapons and supplies. Without him, there would be no resisting the Empire. Don't despair over the number of humans in Trondheim. There are many dwarves here, many more than you have seen, and all will fight when the time comes. Orin has also promised us troops for when we battle Galbatorix. The elves pledge their help as well. Aragon absently touched Saphira's mind and found her busy eating a bloody haunch with gusto. He noticed once more the hammer and stars engraved on Auric's helm. What does that mean? I saw it on the floor in Trondheim. Auric lifted the iron-bound cap off his head and brushed a rough finger over the engraving. It is the symbol of my clan. We are the Ingidum, metalworkers and master smiths. The hammer and stars are inlaid into Trondheim's floor because it was the personal crest of Korgan, our founder. One clan to rule, with 12 surrounding. King Hrothgar is der Grimst Ingidum as well and has brought my house much glory, much honor. When they returned the platters to the cook, they passed a dwarf in the hall. He stopped before Aragon, bowed, and said respectfully, Argetlam. The dwarf left Aragon fumbling for an answer, flushed with unease, yet also strangely pleased with the gesture. No one had bowed to him before. What did he say? He asked, leaning closer to Auric. Auric shrugged, embarrassed. It's an elven word that was used to refer to the riders. It means, silver hand. Aragon glanced at his gloved hand, thinking of the Gedway Ignatia that whitened his palm. Do you wish to return to Saphira? Is there somewhere I could bathe first? I haven't been able to wash off the grime of the road for a long time. Also, my shirt is bloodstained and torn, and it stinks. I'd like to replace it, but I don't have any money to buy a new one. Is there a way I could work for one? Do you seek to insult Hrothgar's hospitality, Aragon? Demanded Auric. As long as you are in Trondheim, you won't have to buy a thing. You'll pay for it in other ways. A jihad and Hrothgar will see to that. Come, I'll show you where to wash, then fetch you a shirt. He took Aragon down a long staircase until they were well below Trondheim. The corridors were tunnels now, which cramped Aragon because they were only 5 feet high, and all the lanterns were red. So the light doesn't blind you when you leave or enter a dark cavern, explained Auric. They entered a bare room with a small door on the far side. Auric pointed. The pools are through there, along with brushes and soap. Leave your clothes here. I'll have new ones waiting when you get out. Aragon thanked him and started to undress. It felt oppressive being alone underground, especially with the low rock ceiling. He stripped quickly and, cold, hurried through the door, into total darkness. He inched forward until his foot touched warm water, then eased himself into it. The pool was mildly salty, but soothing and calm. For a moment he was afraid of drifting away from the door, into deeper water, but as he waded forward, he discovered the water reached only to his waist. He groped over a slippery wall until he found the soap and brushes, then scrubbed himself. Afterward he floated with his eyes closed, enjoying the warmth. When he emerged, dripping, into the lighted room, he found a towel, a fine linen shirt, and a pair of breeches. The clothes fit him reasonably well. Satisfied, he went out into the tunnel. Auric was waiting for him, pipe in hand. They climbed the stairs back up into Trondheim, then exited the city mountain. Aragon gazed at Trondheim's peak and called Saphira with his mind. As she flew down from the Dragonhold, he asked, "How do you communicate with people at the top of Trondheim?" Auric chuckled. "That's a problem we solved long ago. You didn't notice, but behind the open arches that line each level is a single, unbroken staircase that spirals around the wall of Trondheim's central chamber. The stairs climb all the way to the Dragonhold above Isidar Mithrim. We call it Volume Turin, the endless staircase. Running up or down it isn't swift enough for an emergency, nor convenient enough for casual use. Instead, we use flashing lanterns to convey messages. There is another way too, though it is seldom used. When Volume Turin was constructed, a polished trough was cut next to it. The trough acts as a giant slide as high as a mountain." Aragon's lips twitched with a smile. "Is it dangerous? Do not think of trying it. The slide was built for dwarves and is too narrow for a man. If you slipped out of it, you could be thrown onto the stairs and against the arches, perhaps even into empty space." Saphira landed a spear's throw away, her scales rustling dryly. As she greeted Aragon, humans and dwarves trickled out of Trondheim, gathering around her with murmurs of interest. Aragon regarded the growing crowd uneasily. "You'd better go," said Auric, pushing him forward. "Meet me by this gate tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting." Aragon balked. "How will I know when it's morning? I'll have someone wake you. Now go." Without further protest, Aragon slipped through the jostling group that surrounded Saphira and jumped onto her back. Before she could take off, an old woman stepped forward and grasped Aragon's foot with a fierce grip. He tried to pull away, but her hand was like an iron talon around his ankle. He could not break her tenacious hold. The burning gray eyes she fixed on him were surrounded by a lifetime's worth of wrinkles. The skin was folded in long creases down her sunken cheeks. A tattered bundle rested in the crook of her left arm. Frightened, Aragon asked, "What do you want?" The woman tilted her arm, and a cloth fell from the bundle, revealing a baby's face. Hoarse and desperate, she said, "The child has no parents, there is no one to care for her but me, and I am weak. Bless her with your power, Argetlam. Bless her for luck." Aragon looked to Auric for help, but the dwarf only watched with a guarded expression. The small crowd fell silent, waiting for his response. The woman's eyes were still fastened on him. "Bless her, Argetlam, bless her," she insisted. Aragon had never blessed anyone. It was not something done lightly in Algesia, as a blessing could easily go awry and prove to be more curse than boon, especially if it was spoken with ill intent or lack of conviction. "Do I dare take that responsibility?" he wondered. "Bless her, Argetlam, bless her." Suddenly decided, he searched for a phrase or expression to use. Nothing came to mind until, inspired, he thought of the ancient language. This would be a true blessing, spoken with words of power, by one of power. He bent down and tugged the glove off his right hand. Laying his palm on the babe's brow, he intoned, "Atra Julia un ilian tother ono un atra ono ways scoliar fra rother." The words left him unexpectedly weak, as if he had used magic. He slowly pulled the glove back on and said to the woman, "That is all I can do for her. If any words have the power to forestall tragedy, it will be those." "Thank you, Argetlam," she whispered, bowing slightly. She started to cover the baby again, but Saphira snorted and twisted until her head moved over the child. The woman grew rigid, her breath caught in her chest. Saphira lowered her snout and brushed the baby between the eyes with the tip of her nose, then smoothly lifted away. A gasp ran through the crowd, for on the child's forehead, where Saphira had touched her, was a star-shaped patch of skin as white and silvery as Aragon's Gedway Ignatia. The woman stared at Saphira with a feverish gaze, wordless thanks in her eyes. Immediately Saphira took flight, battering the awestruck spectators with the wind from her powerful wing strokes. As the ground dwindled away, Aragon took a deep breath and hugged her neck tightly. "What did you do?" he asked softly. "I gave her hope, and you gave her a future." Loneliness suddenly flowered within Aragon, despite Saphira's presence. Their surroundings were so foreign, it struck him for the first time exactly how far he was from home. A destroyed home, but still where his heart lay. "What have I become, Saphira?" he asked. "I'm only in the first year of manhood, yet I've consulted with the leader of the Varden, am pursued by Galbatorix, and have traveled with Morzen's son, and now blessings are sought from me. What wisdom can I give people that they haven't already learned? What feats can I achieve that an army couldn't do better? It's insanity. I should be back in Carvajal with Roran." Saphira took a long time to answer, but her words were gentle when they came. A hatchling, that is what you are. A hatchling struggling into the world. I may be younger than you in years, but I am ancient in my thoughts. Do not worry about these things. Find peace in where and what you are. People often know what must be done. All you need do is show them the way, that is wisdom. As for peace, no army could have given the blessing you did. But it was nothing, he protested. A trifle. Nay, it wasn't. What you saw was the beginning of another story, another legend. Do you think that child will ever be content to be a tavern keeper or a farmer when her brow is dragon marked and your words hang over her? You underestimate our power and that of fate. Aragon bowed his head. It's overwhelming. I feel as if I am living in an illusion, a dream where all things are possible. Amazing things do happen, I know, but always to someone else, always in some far-off place and time. But I found your egg, was tutored by a rider, and dueled a shade. Those can't be the actions of the farm boy I am, or was. Something is changing me. It is your WYRD that shapes you, said Saphira. Every age needs an icon, perhaps that lot has fallen to you. Farm boys are not named for the first rider without cause. Your namesake was the beginning, and now you are the continuation. Or the end. Ack, said Aragon, shaking his head. It's like speaking in riddles. But if all is foreordained, do our choices mean anything? Or must we just learn to accept our fate? Saphira said firmly, Aragon, I chose you from within my egg. You have been given a chance most would die for. Are you unhappy with that? Clear your mind of such thoughts. They cannot be answered and will make you no happier. True, he said glumly. All the same, they continue to bounce around within my skull. Things have been unsettled ever since Brahm died. It has made me uneasy, acknowledged Saphira, which surprised him because she rarely seemed perturbed. They were above Trondheim now. Aragon looked down through the opening in its peak and saw the floor of the Dragonhold, Isidor Mithrim, the great star sapphire. He knew that beneath it was nothing but Trondheim's great central chamber. Saphira descended to the Dragonhold on silent wings. She slipped over its rim and dropped to Isidor Mithrim, landing with the sharp clack of claws. Won't you scratch it? Asked Aragon. I think not. It's no ordinary gem. Aragon slid off her back and slowly turned in a circle, absorbing the unusual sight. They were in a round roofless room 60 feet high and 60 feet across. The walls were lined with the dark openings of caves, which differed in size from grottos no larger than a man to a gaping cavern larger than a house. Shiny rungs were set into the marble walls so that people could reach the highest caves. An enormous archway led out of the Dragonhold. Aragon examined the great gem under his feet and impulsively lay down on it. He pressed his cheek against the cool sapphire, trying to see through it. Distorted lines and wavering spots of color glimmered through the stone, but its thickness made it impossible to discern anything clearly on the floor of the chamber a mile below them. Will I have to sleep apart from you? Saphira shook her enormous head. No, there is a bed for you in my cave. Come see. She turned and, without opening her wings, jumped 20 feet into the air, landing in a medium-sized cave. He clambered up after her. The cave was dark brown on the inside and deeper than he had expected. The roughly chiseled walls gave the impression of a natural formation. Near the far wall was a thick cushion large enough for Saphira to curl up on. Beside it was a bed built into the side of the wall. The cave was lit by a single red lantern equipped with a shutter so its glow could be muted. I like this, said Aragon. It feels safe. Yes. Saphira curled up on the cushion, watching him. With a sigh he sank onto the mattress, weariness seeping through him. Saphira, you haven't said much while we've been here. What do you think of Trondheim and a jihad? We shall see. It seems, Aragon, that we are embroiled in a new type of warfare here. Swords and claws are useless, but words and alliances may have the same effect. The twins dislike us, we should be on our guard for any duplicities they might attempt. Not many of the dwarves trust us. The elves didn't want a human rider, so there will be opposition from them as well. The best thing we can do is identify those in power and befriend them. And quickly, too. Do you think it's possible to remain independent of the different leaders? She shuffled her wings into a more comfortable position. The jihad supports our freedom, but we may be unable to survive without pledging our loyalty to one group or another. We'll soon know either way. Mandrake root in Newt's tongue. The blankets were bunched underneath Aragon when he woke, but he was still warm. Saphira was asleep on her cushion, her breath coming in steady gusts. For the first time since entering Farth and Dewar, Aragon felt secure and hopeful. He was warm and fed and had been able to sleep as long as he liked. Tension unknotted inside him. Tension that had been accumulating since Brom's death and, even before, since leaving Palanker Valley. I don't have to be afraid anymore. But what about Murtaugh? No matter the Varden's hospitality, Aragon could not accept it in good conscience, knowing that, intentionally or not, he had led Murtaugh to his imprisonment. Somehow the situation had to be resolved. His gaze roamed the cave's rough ceiling as he thought of Arya. Chiding himself for daydreaming, he tilted his head and looked out at the Dragonhold. A large cat sat on the edge of the cave, licking a paw. It glanced at him, and he saw a flash of slanted red eyes. Solembum? He asked incredulously. Obviously. The werecat shook his rough mane and yawned languorously, displaying his long fangs. He stretched, then jumped out of the cave, landing with a solid thump on Isidore Mithrim, 20 feet below. Coming. Aragon looked at Saphira. She was awake now, watching him motionlessly. Go. I will be fine, she murmured. Solembum was waiting for him under the arch that led to the rest of Trondheim. The moment Aragon's feet touched Isidore Mithrim, the werecat turned with a flick of his paws and disappeared through the arch. Aragon chased after him, rubbing the sleep from his face. He stepped through the archway and found himself standing at the top of Volume Turin, the endless staircase. There was nowhere else to go, so he descended to the next level. He stood in an open arcade that curved gently to the left and encircled Trondheim's central chamber. Between the slender columns supporting the arches, Aragon could see Isidore Mithrim sparkling brilliantly above him, as well as the city mountain's distant base. The circumference of the central chamber increased with each successive level. The staircase cut through the arcade's floor to an identical level below and descended through scores of arcades until it disappeared in the distance. The sliding trough ran along the outside curve of the stairs. At the top of Volume Turin was a pile of leather squares to slide on. To Aragon's right, a dusty corridor led to that level's rooms and apartments. Solembum padded down the hall, flipping his tail. Wait, said Aragon. He tried to catch up with Solembum, but glimpsed him only fleetingly in the abandoned passageways. Then, as Aragon rounded a corner, he saw the werecat stop before a door and yowl. Seemingly of its own accord, the door slid inward. Solembum slipped inside, then the door shut. Aragon halted in front of it, perplexed. He raised his hand to knock, but before he did, the door opened once more, and warm light spilled out. After a moment's indecision, he stepped inside. He entered an earthy two-room suite, lavishly decorated with carved wood and clinging plants. The air was warm, fresh, and humid. Bright lanterns hung on the walls and from the low ceiling. Piles of intriguing items cluttered the floor, obscuring the corners. A large four-poster bed, curtained by even more plants, was in the far room. In the center of the main room, on a plush leather chair, sat the fortune teller and witch, Angela. She smiled brightly. "What are you doing here?" blurted Aragon. Angela folded her hands in her lap. "Well, why don't you sit on the floor and I'll tell you? I'd offer you a chair, but I'm sitting on the only one." Questions buzzed through Aragon's mind as he settled between two flasks of acrid bubbling green potions. "So," exclaimed Angela, leaning forward. "You were a rider. I suspected as much, but I didn't know for certain until yesterday. I'm sure Solembum knew, but he never told me. I should have figured it out the moment you mentioned Brom. Saphira, I like the name, fitting for a dragon." "Brom's dead," said Aragon abruptly. "The Razak killed him." Angela was taken aback. She twirled a lock of her dense curls. "I'm sorry. I truly am," she said softly. Aragon smiled bitterly. "But not surprised, are you? You foretold his death, after all." "I didn't know whose death it would be," she said, shaking her head. "But no, I'm not surprised. I met Brom once or twice. He didn't care for my frivolous attitude toward magic. It irritated him." Aragon frowned. In turn, you laughed at his fate and said that it was something of a joke. "Why?" Angela's face tightened momentarily. "In retrospect, it was in rather bad taste, but I didn't know what would befall him. How do I put this? Brom was cursed in a way. It was his WYRD to fail at all of his tasks except one, although through no fault of his own. He was chosen as a rider, but his dragon was killed. He loved a woman, but it was his affection that was her undoing. And he was chosen, I assume, to guard and train you, but in the end he failed at that as well. The only thing he succeeded at was killing Morzin, and a better deed he couldn't have done." "Brom never mentioned a woman to me," retorted Aragon. Angela shrugged carelessly. "I heard it from one who couldn't have lied. But enough of this talk. Life goes on, and we should not trouble the dead with our worries. She scooped a pile of reeds from the floor and deftly started plaiting them together, closing the subject to discussion. Aragon hesitated, then gave in. All right, so why are you in Trondheim instead of Term? Ah, at last an interesting question, said Angela. After hearing Brahms' name again during your visit, I sensed a return of the past in Algesia. People were whispering that the Empire was hunting a rider. I knew then that the Varden's dragon egg must have hatched, so I closed my shop and set out to learn more. You knew about the egg? Of course I did. I'm not an idiot. I've been around much longer than you would believe. Very little happens that I don't know about. She paused and concentrated on her weaving. Anyway, I knew I had to get to the Varden as fast as possible. I've been here for nearly a month now, though I really don't care for this place. It's far too musty for my taste. And everyone in Varden. And everyone in Farthendur is so serious and noble. They're probably all doomed to tragic deaths anyway. She gave a long sigh, a mocking expression on her face. And the dwarves are just a superstitious bunch of ninnies content to hammer rocks all their lives. The only redeeming aspect of this place is all the mushrooms and fungi that grow inside Farthendur. Then why stay? Asked Aragon, smiling. Because I like to be wherever important events are occurring, said Angela, cocking her head. Besides, if I had stayed in Term, Solembum would have left without me, and I enjoy his company. But tell me, what adventures have befallen you since last we talked? For the next hour, Aragon summarized his experiences of the last 2.5 months. Angela listened quietly, but when he mentioned Murtaugh's name she sputtered, Murtaugh. Aragon nodded. He told me who he is. But let me finish my story before you make any judgments. He continued with his tale. When it was complete, Angela leaned back in her chair thoughtfully, her reeds forgotten. Without warning, Solembum jumped out of a hiding place and landed in her lap. He curled up, eyeing Aragon haughtily. Angela petted the werecat. Fascinating. Galbatorix allied with the Urgles, and Murtaugh finally out in the open. I'd warn you to be careful with Murtaugh, but you're obviously aware of the danger. Murtaugh has been a steadfast friend and an unwavering ally, said Aragon firmly. All the same, be careful. Angela paused, then said distastefully, and then there's the matter of this shade, Durza. I think he's the greatest threat to the Varden right now, aside from Galbatorix. I loathe shades. They practice the most unholy magic, after necromancy. I'd like to dig his heart out with a dull hairpin and feed it to a pig. Aragon was startled by her sudden vehemence. I don't understand. Brahm told me that shades were sorcerers who used spirits to accomplish their will, but why does that make them so evil? Angela shook her head. It doesn't. Ordinary sorcerers are just that, ordinary, neither better nor worse than the rest of us. They use their magical strength to control spirits and the spirits' powers. Shades, however, relinquish that control in their search for greater power and allow their bodies to be controlled by spirits. Unfortunately, only the evilest spirits seek to possess humans, and once ensconced they never leave. Such possession can happen by accident if a sorcerer summons a spirit stronger than himself. The problem is, once a shade is created, it's terribly difficult to kill. As I'm sure you know, only 2 people, Latry the elf and Ernstad the rider, ever survived that feat. I've heard the stories. Aragon gestured at the room. Why are you living so high up in Trondheim? Isn't it inconvenient being this isolated? And how did you get all this stuff up here? Angela threw back her head and laughed wryly. Truthfully, I'm in hiding. When I first came to Trondheim, I had a few days of peace, until one of the guards who let me into Farthendur blabbed about who I was. Then all the magic users here, though they barely rate the term, pestered me to join their secret group. Especially those Drail twins who control it. Finally, I threatened to turn the lot of them into toads, excuse me, frogs, but when that didn't deter them, I sneaked up here in the middle of the night. It was less work than you might imagine, especially for one with my skills. Did you have to let the twins into your mind before you were allowed into Farthendur? Asked Aragon. I was forced to let them sift through my memories. A cold gleam leapt into Angela's eye. The twins wouldn't dare probe me, for fear of what I might do to them. Oh, they'd love to, but they know the effort would leave them broken and gibbering nonsense. I've been coming here long before the Varden began examining people's minds, and they're not about to start on me now. She peered into the other room and said, well, this has been an enlightening talk, but I'm afraid you have to go now.
Oh, yeah.
My brew of mandrake root and newt's tongue is about to boil, and it needs attending. Do come back again when you have the time. And please don't tell anyone that I'm here. I'd hate to have to move again. It would make me very irritated. And you don't want to see me irritated. I'll keep your secret, assured Aragon, getting up. Solembum jumped off Angela's lap as she stood. Good, she exclaimed. Aragon said farewell and left the room. Solembum guided him back to the dragonhold, then dismissed him with a twitch of his tail before sauntering away. Hall of the Mountain King. A dwarf was waiting for Aragon in the dragonhold. After bowing and muttering, Argetlam, the dwarf said with a thick accent, good. Awake. Nurla Orig waits for you. He bowed again and scurried away. Saphira jumped out of her cave, landing next to Aragon. Zarok was in her claws. What's that for? He asked, frowning. She tilted her head. Wear it. You are a rider and should bear a rider's sword. Zarok may have a bloody history, but that should not shape your actions. Forge a new history for it, and carry it with pride. Are you sure? Remember Ajahad's counsel? Saphira snorted, and a puff of smoke rose from her nostrils. Wear it, Aragon. If you wish to remain above the forces here, do not let anyone's disapproval dictate your actions. As you wish, he said reluctantly, buckling on the sword. He clambered onto her back, and Saphira flew out of Trondheim. There was enough light in Farthendur now that the hazy mass of the crater walls, 5 miles away in each direction, was visible. While they spiraled down to the city mountain's base, Aragon told Saphira about his meeting with Angela. As soon as they landed by one of Trondheim's gates, Auric ran to Saphira's side. My king, Hrothgar, wishes to see both of you. Dismount quickly. We must hurry. Aragon trotted after the dwarf into Trondheim. Saphira easily kept pace beside them. Ignoring stares from people within the soaring corridor, Aragon asked, where will we meet Hrothgar? Without slowing, Auric said, in the throne room beneath the city. It will be a private audience as an act of of faith. You do not have to address him in any special manner, but speak to him respectfully. Hrothgar is quick to anger, but he is wise and sees keenly into the minds of men, so think carefully before you speak. Once they entered Trondheim's central chamber, Auric led the way to one of the 2 descending stairways that flanked the opposite hall. They started down the right-hand staircase, which gently curved inward until it faced the direction they had come from. The other stairway merged with theirs to form a broad cascade of dimly lit steps that ended, after 100 feet, before 2 granite doors. A 7-pointed crown was carved across both doors. 7 dwarves stood guard on each side of the portal. They held burnished mattocks and wore gem-encrusted belts. As Aragon, Auric, and Saphira approached, the dwarves pounded the floor with the mattocks, hafts. A deep boom rolled back up the stairs. The doors swung inward. A dark hall lay before them, a good bowshot long. The throne room was a natural cave. The walls were lined with stalagmites and stalactites, each thicker than a man. Sparsely hung lanterns cast a moody light. The brown floor was smooth and polished. At the far end of the hall was a black throne with a motionless figure upon it. Auric bowed. The king awaits you. Aragon put his hand on Saphira's side, and the 2 of them continued forward. The doors closed behind them, leaving them alone in the dim throne room with the king. Their footsteps echoed through the hall as they advanced toward the throne. In the recesses between the stalagmites and stalactites rested large statues. Each sculpture depicted a dwarf king or queen crowned and sitting on a throne. Their sightless eyes gazed sternly into the distance, their lined faces set in fierce expressions. A name was chiseled in runes beneath each set of feet. Aragon and Saphira strode solemnly between the 2 rows of long-dead monarchs. They passed more than 40 statues, then only dark and empty alcoves awaiting future rulers. They stopped before Hrothgar at the end of the hall. The dwarf king himself sat like a statue upon a raised throne carved from a single piece of black marble. It was blocky, unadorned, and cut with unyielding precision. Strength emanated from the throne, strength that harked back to ancient times when dwarves had ruled in Algesia without opposition from elves or humans. A gold helm lined with rubies and diamonds rested on Hrothgar's head in place of a crown. His visage was grim, weathered, and hewn of many years' experience. Beneath a craggy brow glinted deep-set eyes, flinty and piercing. Over his powerful chest rippled a shirt of mail. His white beard was tucked under his belt, and in his lap he held a mighty war hammer with the symbol of Auric's clan embossed on its head. Aragon bowed awkwardly and knelt. Saphira remained upright. The king stirred, as if awakening from a long sleep, and rumbled, Rise, rider, you need not pay tribute to me. Straightening, Aragon met Hrothgar's impenetrable eyes. The king inspected him with a hard gaze, then said gutturally, As Nerl dem Lannick. Beware, the rock changes, an old dictum of ours. And nowadays the rock changes very fast indeed. He fingered the war hammer. I could not meet with you earlier, as a jihad did, because I was forced to deal with my enemies within the clans. They demanded that I deny you sanctuary and expel you from Farthendur. It has taken much work on my part to convince them otherwise. Thank you, said Aragon. I didn't anticipate how much strife my arrival would cause. The king accepted his thanks, then lifted a gnarled hand and pointed. See there, rider Aragon, where my predecessors sit upon their graven thrones. 1 and 40 there are, with I the 42nd. When I pass from this world into the care of the gods, my herna will be added to their ranks. The first statue is the likeness of my ancestor Korgan, who forged this mace, Valand. For 8 millennia, since the dawn of our race, dwarves have ruled under Farthendur. We are the bones of the land, older than both the fair elves and the savage dragons. Saphira shifted slightly. Hrothgar leaned forward, his voice gravelly and deep. I am old, human, even by our reckoning, old enough to have seen the riders in all their fleeting glory, old enough to have spoken with their last leader, Briel, who paid tribute to me within these very walls. Few are still alive who can claim that much. I remember the riders and how they meddled in our affairs. I also remember the peace they kept that made it possible to walk unharmed from Trondheim to Narda. And now you stand before me, the lost tradition revived. Tell me, and speak truly in this, why have you come to Farthendur? I know of the events that made you flee the Empire, but what is your intent now? For now, Saphira and I merely want to recuperate in Trondheim, Aragon replied. We are not here to cause trouble, only to find sanctuary from the dangers we've faced for many months. A jihad may send us to the elves, but until he does, we have no wish to leave. Then was it only the desire for safety that drove you? Asked Hrothgar. Do you just seek to live here and forget your troubles with the Empire? Aragon shook his head, his pride rejecting that statement. If a jihad told you of my past, you should know that I have grievances enough to fight the Empire until it is nothing but scattered ashes. More than that, though, I want to aid those who cannot escape Galbatorix, including my cousin. I have the strength to help, so I must. The king seemed satisfied by his answer. He turned to Saphira and asked, Dragon, what think you in this matter? For what reason have you come? Saphira lifted the edge of her lip to growl. Tell him that I thirst for the blood of our enemies and eagerly await the day when we ride to battle against Galbatorix. I've no love or mercy for traitors and egg breakers like that false king. He held me for over a century and, even now, still has 2 of my brethren, whom I would free if possible. And tell Hrothgar I think you ready for this task. Aragon grimaced at her words, but dutifully relayed them. The corner of Hrothgar's mouth lifted in a hint of grim amusement, deepening his wrinkles. I see that dragons have not changed with the centuries. He rapped the throne with a knuckle. Do you know why this seat was quarried so flat and angular? So that no one would sit comfortably on it. I have not, and will relinquish it without regret when my time comes. What is there to remind you of your obligations, Aragon? If the Empire falls, will you take Galbatorix's place and claim his kingship? I don't seek to wear the crown or rule, said Aragon, troubled. Being a rider is responsibility enough. No, I would not take the throne in Uruivane, not unless there was no one else willing or competent enough to take it. Hrothgar warned gravely, certainly you would be a kinder king than Galbatorix, but no race should have a leader who does not age or leave the throne. The time of the riders has passed, Aragon. They will never rise again, not even if Galbatorix's other eggs were to hatch. A shadow crossed his face as he gazed at Aragon's side. I see that you carry an enemy's sword. I was told of this, and that you travel with a son of the Forsworn. It does not please me to see this weapon. He extended a hand. I would like to examine it. Aragon drew Zarok and presented it to the king, hilt first. Hrothgar grasped the sword and ran a practiced eye over the red blade. The edge caught the lantern light, reflecting it sharply. The dwarf king tested the point with his palm, then said, a masterfully forged blade. Elves rarely choose to make swords. They prefer bows and spears, but when they do, the results are unmatched. This is an ill-fated blade. I am not glad to see it within my realm. But carry it if you will, perhaps its luck has changed. He returned Zarok, and Aragon sheathed it. Has my nephew proved helpful during your time here? Who? Hrothgar raised a tangled eyebrow. Oric, my youngest sister's son. He's been serving under a jihad to show my support for the Varden. It seems that he has been returned to my command, however. I was gratified to hear that you defended him with your words. Aragon understood that this was another sign of Otho, of faith, on Hrothgar's part. I couldn't ask for a better guide. That is good, said the king, clearly pleased. Unfortunately, I cannot speak with you much longer. My advisors wait for me, as there are matters I must deal with. I will say this, though, if you wish the support of the dwarves within my realm, you must first prove yourself to them. We have long memories and do not rush to hasty decisions. Words will decide nothing, only deeds. I will keep that in mind, said Aragon, bowing again. Hrothgar nodded regally. You may go, then. Aragon turned with Saphira, and they proceeded out of the hall of the Mountain King. Oric was waiting for them on the other side of the stone doors, an anxious expression on his face. He fell in with them as they climbed back up to Trondheim's main chamber. Did all go well? Were you received favorably? I think so, but your king is cautious, said Aragon. That is how he has survived this long. I would not want Hrothgar angry at us, observed Saphira. Aragon glanced at her. No, I wouldn't either. I'm not sure what he thought of you. He seems to disapprove of dragons, though he didn't say it outright. That seemed to amuse Saphira. In that he is wise, especially since he's barely knee-high to me. In Trondheim's center, under the sparkling Isidar Mithrim, Auric said, your blessing yesterday has stirred up the Varden like an overturned beehive. The child Saphira touched has been hailed as a future hero. She and her guardian have been quartered in the finest rooms. Everyone is talking about your miracle. All the human mothers seem intent on finding you and getting the same for their children. Alarmed, Aragon furtively looked around. What should we do? Aside from taking back your actions? Asked Auric dryly. Stay out of sight as much as possible. Everyone will be kept out of the Dragonhold, so you won't be disturbed there. Aragon did not want to return to the Dragonhold yet. It was early in the day, and he wanted to explore Trondheim with Saphira. Now that they were out of the Empire, there was no reason for them to be apart. But he wanted to avoid attention, which would be impossible with her at his side. Saphira, what do you want to do? She nosed him, scales brushing his arm. I'll return to the Dragonhold. There's someone there I want to meet. Wander around as long as you like. All right, he said, but who do you want to meet? Saphira only winked a large eye at him before patting down one of Trondheim's 4 main tunnels. Aragon explained to Auric where she was going, then said, I'd like some breakfast. And then I'd like to see more of Trondheim, it's such an incredible place. I don't want to go to the training grounds until tomorrow, as I'm still not fully recovered. Auric nodded, his beard bobbing on his chest. In that case, would you like to visit Trondheim's library? It's quite old and contains many scrolls of great value. You might find it interesting to read a history of Algesia that hasn't been tainted by Galbatorix's hand. With a pang, Aragon remembered how Brom had taught him to read. He wondered if he still had the skill. A long time had passed since he had seen any written words. Yes, let's do that. Very well. After they ate, Auric guided Aragon through myriad corridors to their destination. When they reached the library's carved arch, Aragon stepped through it reverently. The room reminded him of a forest. Rows of graceful colonnades branched up to the dark, ribbed ceiling 5 stories above. Between the pillars, black marble bookcases stood back to back. Racks of scrolls covered the walls, interspersed with narrow walkways reached by 3 twisting staircases. Placed at regular intervals around the walls were pairs of facing stone benches. Between them were small tables whose bases flowed seamlessly into the floor. Countless books and scrolls were stored in the room. This is the true legacy of our race, said Auric. Here reside the writings of our greatest kings and scholars, from antiquity to the present. Also recorded are the songs and stories composed by our artisans. This library may be our most precious possession. It isn't all our work, though, there are human writings here as well. Yours is a short-lived, but prolific, race. We have little or nothing of the elves. They guard their secrets jealously. How long may I stay? Asked Aragon, moving toward the shelves. As long as you want. Come to me if you have any questions. Aragon browsed through the volumes with delight, reaching eagerly for those with interesting titles or covers. Surprisingly, dwarves use the same runes to write as humans. He was somewhat disheartened by how hard reading was after months of neglect. He skipped from book to book, slowly working his way deep into the vast library. Eventually he became immersed in a translation of poems by Dondar, the 10th Dwarf King. As he scanned the graceful lines, unfamiliar footsteps approached from behind the bookcase. The sound startled him, but he berated himself for being silly. He could not be the only person in the library. Even so, he quietly replaced the book and slipped away, senses alert for danger. He had been ambushed too many times to ignore such feelings. He heard the footsteps again, only now there were 2 sets of them. Apprehensive, he darted across an opening, trying to remember exactly where Auric was sitting. He sidestepped around a corner and started as he found himself face to face with the twins. The twins stood together, their shoulders meeting, a blank expression on their smooth faces. Their black snake eyes bored into him. Their hands, hidden within the folds of their purple robes, twitched slightly. They both bowed, but the movement was insolent and derisive. We have been searching for you, one said. His voice was uncomfortably like the Rizak's. Aragon suppressed a shiver. What for? He reached out with his mind and contacted Saphira. She immediately joined thoughts with him. Ever since you met with a jihad, we have wanted to apologize for our actions. The words were mocking, but not in a way Aragon could challenge. We have come to pay homage to you. Aragon flushed angrily as they bowed again. Careful, warned Saphira. He pushed back his rising temper. He could not afford to be riled by this confrontation. An idea came to him, and he said with a small smile, "Nay, it is I who pay homage to you. Without your approval I never could have gained entrance to Farthendur." He bowed to them in turn, making the movement as insulting as he could. There was a flicker of irritation in the twins' eyes, but they smiled and said, "We are honored that one so important as yourself thinks so highly of us. We are in your debt for your kind words." Now it was Aragon's turn to be irritated. "I will remember that when I'm in need." Saphira intruded sharply in his thoughts. "You're overdoing it. Don't say anything you'll regret. They will remember every word they can use against you. This is difficult enough without you making comments." He snapped. She subsided with an exasperated grumble. The twins moved closer, the hems of their robes brushing softly over the floor. Their voices became more pleasant. "We have searched for you for another reason as well, Ryder. The few magic users who live in Trondheim have formed a group. We call ourselves Duvranger Gata, or the Wandering Path." "I know," interrupted Aragon, remembering what Angela had said about it. "Your knowledge of the ancient language is impressive," said a twin smoothly. "As we were saying, Duvranger Gata has heard of your mighty feats, and we have come to extend an invitation of membership. We would be honored to have one of your stature as a member. And I suspect that we might be able to assist you as well." "How?" The other twin said, "The two of us have garnered much experience in magical matters. We could guide you, show you spells we've discovered and teach you words of power. Nothing would gladden us more than if we could assist, in some small way, your path to glory. No repayment would be necessary, though if you saw fit to share some scraps of your own knowledge, we would be satisfied." Aragon's face hardened as he realized what they were asking for. "Do you think I'm a half-wit?" he demanded harshly. "I won't apprentice myself to you so you can learn the words Brahm taught me. It must have angered you when you couldn't steal them from my mind." The twins abruptly dropped their facade of smiles. "We are not to be trifled with, boy. We are the ones who will test your abilities with magic. And that could be most unpleasant. Remember, it only takes one misconceived spell to kill someone. You may be a rider, but the two of us are still stronger than you." Aragon kept his face expressionless, even as his stomach knotted painfully. "I will consider your offer, but it may. Then we will expect your answer tomorrow. Make sure that it is the right one." They smiled coldly and stalked deeper into the library. Aragon scowled. "I'm not going to join Duvranger Gata, no matter what they do." "You should talk to Angela," said Saphira. "She's dealt with the twins before. Perhaps she could be there when they test you. That might prevent them from harming you." "That's a good idea." Aragon moved through the bookcases until he found Oric sitting on a bench, busily polishing his war axe. "I'd like to return to the Dragon Hall." The dwarf slid the haft of the axe through a leather loop at his belt, then escorted Aragon to the gate where Saphira waited. People had already gathered around her. Ignoring them, Aragon scrambled onto Saphira's back, and they escaped to the sky. "This problem must be resolved quickly. You cannot let the twins intimidate you," Saphira said as she landed on Isitor Mithrim. "I know, but I hope we can avoid angering them. They could be dangerous enemies." He dismounted quickly, keeping a hand on Zarok. "So can you. Do you want them as allies?" He shook his head. "Not really. I'll tell them tomorrow that I won't join Duvranger Gata." Aragon left Saphira in her cave and wandered out of the Dragon Hall. He wanted to see Angela, but he didn't remember how to find her hiding place, and Soletham was not there to guide him. He roamed the deserted corridors, hoping to meet Angela by chance. When he grew tired of staring at empty rooms and endless gray walls, he retraced his footsteps to the hold. As he neared it, he heard someone speaking within the room. He halted and listened, but the clear voice fell silent. "Saphira, who's in there?" "A female. She has an air of command. I'll distract her while you come in." Aragon loosened Zarok in its sheath. Oric said that intruders would be kept out of the Dragonhold, so who could this be? He steadied his nerves, then stepped into the hold, his hand on the sword. A young woman stood in the center of the room, looking curiously at Saphira, who had stuck her head out of the cave. The woman appeared to be about 17 years old. The star sapphire cast a rosy light on her, accentuating skin the same deep shade as Ajahad's. Her velvet dress was wine red and elegantly cut. A jeweled dagger, worn with use, hung from her waist in a tooled leather sheath. Aragon crossed his arms, waiting for the woman to notice him. She continued to look at Saphira, then curtsied and asked sweetly, "Please, can you tell me where Ryder Aragon is?" Saphira's eyes sparkled with amusement. With a small smile, Aragon said, "I am here." The woman whirled to face him, hand flying to her dagger. Her face was striking, with almond-shaped eyes, wide lips, and round cheekbones. She relaxed and curtsied again. "I am Nasuda," she said. Aragon inclined his head. "You obviously know who I am, but what do you want?" Nasuda smiled charmingly. "My father, a jihad, sent me here with a message. Would you like to hear it?" The Varden's leader had not struck Aragon as one inclined to marriage and fatherhood. He wondered who Nasuda's mother was. She must have been an uncommon woman to have attracted Ajahad's eye. "Yes, I would." Nasuda tossed her hair back and recited, "He is pleased that you are doing well, but he cautions you against actions like your benediction yesterday. They create more problems than they solve. Also, he urges you to proceed with the testing as soon as possible. He needs to know how capable you are before he communicates with the elves." "Did you climb all the way up here just to tell me that?" Aragon asked, thinking of volume turns length. Nasuda shook her head. "I used the pulley system that transports goods to the upper levels. We could have sent the message with signals, but I decided to bring it myself and meet you in person." "Would you like to sit down?" asked Aragon. He motioned toward Saphira's cave. Nasuda laughed lightly. "No, I am expected elsewhere. You should also know, my father decreed that you may visit Murtaugh, if you wish." A somber expression disturbed her previously smooth features. "I met Murtaugh earlier. He's anxious to speak with you. He seemed lonely. You should visit him." She gave Aragon directions to Murtaugh's cell. Aragon thanked her for the news, then asked, "What about Arya? Is she better? Can I see her?" Oric wasn't able to tell me much. She smiled mischievously. "Arya is recovering swiftly, as all elves do. No one is allowed to see her except my father, Hrothgar, and the healers. They have spent much time with her, learning all that occurred during her imprisonment." She swept her eyes over Saphira. "I must go now. Is there anything you would have me convey to a jihad on your behalf?" "No, except a desire to visit Arya. And give him my thanks for the hospitality he's shown us. I will take your words directly to him. Farewell, Ryder Aragon. I hope we shall soon meet again." She curtsied and exited the Dragonhold, head held high. "If she really came all the way up Trondheim just to meet me, coolies or no coolies, there was more to this meeting than idle chatter," remarked Aragon. "Aye," said Saphira, withdrawing her head into the cave. Aragon climbed up to her and was surprised to see Solembum curled up in the hollow at the base of her neck. The werecat was purring deeply, his black-tipped tail flicking back and forth. The two of them looked at Aragon impudently, as if to ask, "What?" Aragon shook his head, laughing helplessly. "Saphira, is Solembum who you wanted to meet?" They both blinked at him and answered, "Yes." "Just wondering," he said, mirth still bubbling inside him. It made sense that they would befriend each other. Their personalities were similar, and they were both creatures of magic. He sighed, releasing some of the day's tension as he unbuckled Zarok. "Solembum, do you know where Angela is? I couldn't find her, and I need her advice." Solembum kneaded his paws against Saphira's scaled back. "She is somewhere in Trondheim. When will she return?" "Soon." "How soon?" he asked impatiently. "I need to talk to her today." "Not that soon." The werecat refused to say more, despite Aragon's persistent questions. He gave up and nestled against Saphira. Solembum's purring was a low thrum above his head. "I have to visit Murtaugh tomorrow," he thought, fingering Brahm's ring. Arya's test. On the morning of their third day in Trondheim, Aragon rolled out of bed refreshed and energized. He belted Zarok to his waist and slung his bow and half-full quiver across his back. After a leisurely flight inside Farthen Dua with Saphira, he met Oric by one of Trondheim's four main gates. Aragon asked him about Nasuda. "An unusual girl," answered Oric, glancing disapprovingly at Zarok. "She's totally devoted to her father and spends all her time helping him. I think she does more for a jihad than he knows. There have been times when she's maneuvered his enemies without ever revealing her part in it." "Who is her mother?" "That I don't know. The jihad was alone when he brought Nasuda to Farthen Dua as a newborn child. He's never said where he and Nasuda came from." "So she too grew up without knowing her mother." He shook off the thought. "I'm restless. It'll be good to use my muscles. Where should I go for this? Testing, of Ajahads. Auric pointed out into Farthendur. The training field is half a mile from Trondheim, though you can't see it from here because it's behind the city mountain. It's a large area where both dwarves and humans practice. I'm coming as well, stated Saphira. Aragon told Auric, and the dwarf tugged on his beard. That might not be a good idea. There are many people at the training field, you will be sure to attract attention. Saphira growled loudly. I will come, and that settled the matter. The unruly clatter of fighting reached them from the field, the loud clang of steel clashing on steel, the solid thump of arrows striking padded targets, the rattle and crack of wooden staves, and the shouts of men in mock battle. The noise was confusing, yet each group had a unique rhythm and pattern. The bulk of the training ground was occupied by a crooked block of foot soldiers struggling with shields and colaxes nearly as tall as themselves. They drilled as a group in formations. Practicing beside them were hundreds of individual warriors outfitted with swords, maces, spears, staves, flails, shields of all shapes and sizes, and even, Aragon saw, someone with a pitchfork. Nearly all the fighters wore armor, usually chain mail and a helmet. Plate armor was not as common. There were as many dwarves as humans, though the two kept mainly to themselves. Behind the sparring warriors, a broad line of archers fired steadily at gray sackcloth dummies. Before Aragon had time to wonder what he was supposed to do, a bearded man, his head and blocky shoulders covered by a mail coif, strode over to them. The rest of him was protected by a rough oxhide suit that still had hair on it. A huge sword, almost as long as Aragon, hung across his broad back. He ran a quick eye over Saphira and Aragon, as if evaluating how dangerous they were, then said gruffly, Nurlo Auric. You've been gone too long. There's nobody left for me to spar with. Auric smiled. Oh that's because you bruise everyone from head to toe with your monster sword. Everyone except you, he corrected. That's because I'm faster than a giant like you. The man looked at Aragon again. I'm Frederick. I've been told to find out what you can do. How strong are you? Strong enough, answered Aragon. I have to be in order to fight with magic. Frederick shook his head. The coif clinked like a bag of coins. Magic has no place in what we do here. Unless you've served in an army, I doubt any fights you've been in lasted more than a few minutes. What we're concerned about is how you'll be able to hold up in a battle that may drag on for hours, or even weeks if it's a siege. Do you know how to use any weapons besides that sword and bow? Aragon thought about it. Only my fists. Good answer, laughed Frederick. Well, we'll start you off with the bow and see how you do. Then once some space has cleared up on the field, we'll try. He broke off suddenly and stared past Aragon, scowling angrily. The twins stalked toward them, their bald heads pale against their purple robes. Auric muttered something in his own language as he slipped his war axe out of his belt. I told you two to stay away from the training area, said Frederick, stepping forward threateningly. The twins seemed frail before his bulk. They looked at him arrogantly. We were ordered by a jihad to test Aragon's proficiency with magic, before you exhaust him banging on pieces of metal. Frederick glowered. Why can't someone else test him? No one else is powerful enough, sniffed the twins. Saphira rumbled deeply and glared at them. A line of smoke trickled from her nostrils, but they ignored her. Come with us, they ordered, and strode to an empty corner of the field. Shrugging, Aragon followed with Saphira. Behind him he heard Frederick say to Auric, we have to stop them from going too far. I know, answered Auric in a low voice, but I can't interfere again. Hrothgar made it clear he won't be able to protect me the next time it happens. Aragon forced back his growing apprehension. The twins might know more techniques and words. Still, he remembered what Brahm had told him. Riders were stronger in magic than ordinary men. But would that be enough to resist the combined power of the twins? Don't worry so much, I will help you, said Saphira. There are two of us as well. He touched her gently on the leg, relieved by her words. The twins looked at Aragon and asked, and how do you answer us, Aragon? Overlooking the puzzled expressions of his companions, he said flatly, no. Sharp lines appeared at the corners of the twins' mouths. They turned so they faced Aragon obliquely and, bending at the waists, drew a large pentagram on the ground. They stepped in the middle of it, then said harshly, we begin now. You will attempt to complete the tasks we assign you, that is all. One of the twins reached into his robe, produced a polished rock the size of Aragon's fist, and set it on the ground. Lift it to eye level. That's easy enough, commented Aragon to Saphira. Stenoriasa, the rock wobbled, then smoothly rose from the ground. Before it went more than a foot, an unexpected resistance halted it in midair. A smile touched the twins' lips. Aragon stared at them, enraged. They were trying to make him fail. If he became exhausted now, it would be impossible to complete the harder task. Obviously they were confident that their combined strength could easily wear him down. But I'm not alone either, snarled Aragon to himself. Saphira, now. Her mind melded with his, and the rock jerked through the air to stop, quivering, at eye level. The twins' eyes narrowed cruelly. Very good, they hissed. Frederick looked unnerved by the display of magic. Now moved the stone in a circle. Again Aragon struggled against their efforts to stop him, and again, to their obvious anger, he prevailed. The exercises quickly increased in complexity and difficulty until Aragon was forced to think carefully about which words to use. And each time, the twins fought him bitterly, though the strain never showed on their faces. It was only with Saphira's support that Aragon was able to hold his ground. In a break between two of the tasks, he asked her, why did they continue this testing? Our abilities were clear enough from what they saw in my mind. She cocked her head thoughtfully. You know what? He said grimly as comprehension came to him. They're using this as an opportunity to figure out what ancient words I know and perhaps learn new ones themselves. Speak softly then, so that they cannot hear you, and use the simplest words possible. From then on, Aragon used only a handful of basic words to complete the tasks. But finding ways to make them perform in the same manner as a long sentence or phrase stretched his ingenuity to the limit. He was rewarded by the frustration that distorted the twins' faces as he foiled them again and again. No matter what they tried, they could not get him to use any more words in the ancient language. More than an hour passed, but the twins showed no sign of stopping. Aragon was hot and thirsty, but refrained from asking for a reprieve. He would continue as long as they did. There were many tests: manipulating water, casting fire, scrying, juggling rocks, hardening leather, freezing items, controlling the flight of an arrow, and healing scratches. He wondered how long it would take for the twins to run out of ideas. Finally the twins raised their hands and said, there is only one thing left to do. It is simple enough. Any competent user of magic should find this easy. One of them removed a silver ring from his finger and smugly handed it to Aragon. Summon the essence of silver. Aragon stared at the ring in confusion. What was he supposed to do? The essence of silver, what was that? And how was it to be summoned? Saphira had no idea, and the twins were not going to help. He had never learned silver's name in the ancient language, though he knew it had to be part of Argetlum. In desperation he combined the only word that might work, Ethgri, or, invoke, with Arget. Drawing himself upright, he gathered together what power he had left and parted his lips to deliver the invocation. Suddenly a clear, vibrant voice split the air. Stop. The word rushed over Aragon like cool water. The voice was strangely familiar, like a half-remembered melody. The back of his neck tingled. He slowly turned toward its source. A lone figure stood behind them, Arya. A leather strip encircled her brow, restraining her voluminous black hair, which tumbled behind her shoulders in a lustrous cascade. Her slender sword was at her hip, her bow on her back. Plain black leather clothed her shapely frame, poor raiment for one so fair. She was taller than most men, and her stance was perfectly balanced and relaxed. An unmarked face reflected none of the horrific abuse she had endured. Arya's blazing emerald eyes were fixed on the twins, who had turned pale with fright. She approached on silent footsteps and said in soft, menacing tones, shame. Shame to ask of him what only a master can do. Shame that you should use such methods. Shame that you told a jihad you didn't know Aragon's abilities. He is competent. Now leave. Arya frowned dangerously, her slanted eyebrows meeting like lightning bolts in a sharp V, and pointed at the ring in Aragon's hand. Arget, she exclaimed thunderously. The silver shimmered, and a ghostly image of the ring materialized next to it. The two were identical except that the apparition seemed purer and glowed white-hot. At the sight of it, the twins spun on their heels and fled, robes flapping wildly. The insubstantial ring vanished from Aragon's hand, leaving the circlet of silver behind. Auric and Frederick were on their feet, eyeing Arya warily. Saphira crouched, ready for action. The elf surveyed them all. Her angled eyes paused on Aragon. Then she turned and strode toward the heart of the training field. The warriors ceased their sparring and looked at her with wonder. Within a few moments the entire field fell silent in awe of her presence. Aragon was inexorably dragged forward by his own fascination. Saphira spoke, but he was oblivious to her comments. A large circle formed around Arya. Looking only at Aragon, she proclaimed, "I claim the right of trial by arms. Draw your sword." "She means to duel me." "But not, I think, to harm you," replied Saphira slowly. She nudged him with her nose. "Go and acquit yourself well. I will watch." Aragon reluctantly stepped forward. He did not want to do this when he was exhausted from magic use and when there were so many people watching. Besides, Arya could be in no shape for sparring. It had only been 2 days since she had received Tunavor's nectar. "I will soften my blows so I don't hurt her," he decided. They faced each other across the circle of warriors. Arya drew her sword with her left hand. The weapon was thinner than Aragon's, but just as long and sharp. He slid Zarok out of its polished sheath and held the red blade point down by his side. For a long moment they stood motionless, elf and human watching each other. It flashed through Aragon's mind that this was how many of his fights with Braum had started. He moved forward cautiously. With a blur of motion Arya jumped at him, slashing at his ribs. Aragon reflexively parried the attack, and their swords met in a shower of sparks. Zarok was batted aside as if it were no more than a fly. The elf did not take advantage of the opening, however, but spun to her right, hair whipping through the air, and struck at his other side. He barely stopped the blow and backpedaled frantically, stunned by her ferocity and speed. Belatedly, Aragon remembered Braum's warning that even the weakest elf could easily overpower a human. He had about as much chance of defeating Arya as he did Durza. She attacked again, swinging at his head. He ducked under the razor-sharp edge. But then why was she toying with him? For a few long seconds he was too busy warding her off to think about it. Then he realized, she wants to know how proficient I am. Understanding that, he began the most complicated series of attacks he knew. He flowed from one pose to another, recklessly combining and modifying them in every possible way. But no matter how inventive he was, Arya's sword always stopped his. She matched his actions with effortless grace. Engaged in a fiery dance, their bodies were linked and separated by the flashing blades. At times they nearly touched, taut skin only a hair's breadth away, but then momentum would whirl them apart, and they would withdraw for a second, only to join again. Their sinuous forms wove together like twisting ropes of wind-blown smoke. Aragon could never remember how long they fought. It was timeless, filled with nothing but action and reaction. Zarok grew leaden in his hand. His arm burned ferociously with each stroke. At last, as he lunged forward, Arya nimbly sidestepped, sweeping the point of her sword up to his jawbone with supernatural speed. Aragon froze as the icy metal touched his skin. His muscles trembled from the exertion. Dimly he heard Saphira bugle and the warriors cheering raucously around them. Arya lowered her sword and sheathed it. "You have passed," she said quietly amid the noise. Dazed, he slowly straightened. Frederick was beside him now, thumping his back enthusiastically. "That was incredible swordsmanship. I even learned some new moves from watching the two of you." And the elf, "Stunning." "But I lost," he protested silently. Auric praised his performance with a broad smile, but all Aragon noticed was Arya, standing alone and silent. She motioned slightly with a finger, no more than a twitch, toward a knoll about a mile from the practice field, then turned and walked away. The crowd melted before her. A hush fell over the men and dwarves as she passed. Aragon turned to Auric. "I have to go. I'll return to the dragon hold soon." With a swift jab, Aragon sheathed Zarok and pulled himself onto Saphira. She took off over the training field, which turned into a sea of faces as everyone looked at her. As they soared toward the knoll, Aragon saw Arya running below them with clean, easy strides. Saphira commented, "You find her more pleasing, do you not?" "Yes," he admitted, blushing. "Her face does have more character than that of most humans," she sniffed. "But it's long, like a horse's, and overall she's rather shapeless." Aragon looked at Saphira with amazement. "You're jealous, aren't you?" "Impossible. I never get jealous," she said, offended. "You are now, admit it." He laughed. She snapped her jaws together loudly. "I am not." He smiled and shook his head, but let her denial stand. She landed heavily on the knoll, jostling him roughly. He jumped down without remarking on it. Arya was close behind them. Her fleet stride carried her faster than any runner Aragon had seen. When she reached the top of the knoll, her breathing was smooth and regular. Suddenly tongue-tied, Aragon dropped his gaze. She strode past him and said to Saphira, "Skuldlaka, Aka celebra ono un mulebra ono uno nr shiratugal nehana. Adra nosu ways for Kaya." Aragon did not recognize most of the words, but Saphira obviously understood the message. She shuffled her wings and surveyed Arya curiously. Then she nodded, humming deeply. Arya smiled. I am glad that you recovered, Aragon said. We didn't know if you would live or not. That is why I came here today, said Arya, facing him. Her rich voice was accented and exotic. She spoke clearly, with a hint of trill, as if she were about to sing. I owe you a debt that must be repaid. You saved my life. That can never be forgotten. It was nothing, said Aragon, fumbling with the words and knowing they were not true, even as he spoke them. Embarrassed, he changed the subject. How did you come to me in Gilead? Pain shadowed Arya's face. She looked away into the distance. Let us walk. They descended from the knoll and meandered toward Farthendur. Aragon respected Arya's silence as they walked. Saphira padded quietly beside them. Finally Arya lifted her head and said with the grace of her kind, the Jihad told me you were present when Saphira's egg appeared. Yes. For the first time, Aragon thought about the energy it must have taken to transport the egg over the dozens of leagues that separated Weldenbarden from the spine. To even attempt such a feat was courting disaster, if not death. Her next words were heavy. Then know this, at the moment you first beheld it, I was captured by Durza. Her voice filled with bitterness and grief. It was he who led the Urchins that ambushed and slew my companions, Phelan and Glenwing. Somehow he knew where to wait for us, we had no warning. I was drugged and transported to Gilead. There, Durza was charged by Galbatorix to learn where I had sent the egg and all I knew of Elsmera. She stared ahead icily, jaw clenched. He tried for months without success. His methods were harsh. When torture failed, he ordered his soldiers to use me as they would. Fortunately, I still had the strength to nudge their minds and make them incapable. At last Galbatorix ordered that I was to be brought to Uruibane. Dread filled me when I learned this, as I was weary in both mind and body and had no strength to resist him. If it were not for you, I would have stood before Galbatorix in a week's time. Aragon shuddered inwardly. It was amazing what she had survived. The memory of her injuries was still vivid in his mind. Softly, he asked, why do you tell me all this? So that you know what I was saved from. Do not presume I can ignore your deed. Humbled, he bowed his head. What will you do now? Return to Elsmera? No, not yet. There is much that must be done here. I cannot abandon the Varden. The Jihad needs my help. I've seen you tested in both arms and magic today. Brahm taught you well. You are ready to proceed in your training. You mean for me to go to Elsmera? Yes. Aragon felt a flash of irritation. Did he and Saphira have no say in the matter? When? That is yet to be decided, but not for some weeks. At least they gave us that much time, thought Aragon. Saphira mentioned something to him, and he in turn asked Arya, what did the twins want me to do? Arya's sculpted lip curled with disgust. Something not even they can accomplish. It is possible to speak the name of an object in the ancient language and summon its true form. It takes years of work and great discipline, but the reward is complete control over the object. That is why one's true name is always kept hidden, for if it were known by any with evil in their hearts, they could dominate you utterly. It's strange, said Aragon after a moment, but before I was captured at Gilead, I had visions of you in my dreams. It was like scrying, and I was able to scry you later, but it was always during my sleep. Arya pursed her lips pensively. There were times I felt as if another presence was watching me, but I was often confused and feverish. I've never heard of anyone, either in lore or legend, being able to scry in their sleep. I don't understand it myself, said Aragon, looking at his hands. He twirled Brahm's ring around his finger. What does the tattoo on your shoulder mean? I didn't mean to see it, but when I was healing your wounds, it couldn't be helped. It's just like the symbol on this ring. You have a ring with the Ya on it, she asked sharply. Yes, it was Brahm's. See, he held out the ring. Arya examined the sapphire, then said, this is a token given only to the most valued elf friends, so valued, in fact, it has not been used in centuries. Or so I thought. I never knew that Queen Islandzadi thought so highly of Brahm. I shouldn't wear it, then, said Aragon, afraid that he had been presumptuous. No, keep it. It will give you protection if you meet my people by chance, and it may help you gain favor with the Queen. Tell no one of my tattoo. It should not be revealed. Very well. He enjoyed talking with Arya and wished their conversation could have lasted longer. When they parted, he wandered through Farthendur, conversing with Saphira. Despite his prodding, she refused to tell him what Arya had said to her. Eventually his thoughts turned to Murtaugh and then to Nasuda's advice. I'll get something to eat, then go see him, he decided. Will you wait for me so I can return to the Dragonhold with you? I will wait. Go, said Saphira. With a grateful smile, Aragon dashed to Trondheim, ate in an obscure corner of a kitchen, then followed Nasuda's instructions until he reached a small grey door guarded by a man and a dwarf. When he requested entrance, the dwarf banged on the door 3 times, then unbolted it. Just holler when you want to leave, said the man with a friendly smile. The cell was warm and well lit, with a wash basin in one corner and a writing desk, equipped with quills and ink, in another. The ceiling was extensively carved with lacquered figures, the floor was covered with a plush rug. Murtaugh lay on a stout bed, reading a scroll. He looked up in surprise and exclaimed cheerily, Aragon. I'd hoped you would come. How did, I thought. You thought I was stuck in some rat hole chewing on hardtack, said Murtaugh, rolling upright with a grin. Actually, I expected the same thing, but a jihad lets me have all this as long as I don't cause trouble. And they bring me huge meals, as well as anything I want from the library. If I'm not careful, I'll turn into a fat scholar. Aragon laughed, and with a wondering smile seated himself next to Murtaugh. But aren't you angry? You're still a prisoner. Oh, I was at first, said Murtaugh with a shrug. But the more I thought about it, the more I came to realize that this is really the best place for me. Even if a jihad gave me my freedom, I would stay in my room most of the time anyway. But why? You know well enough. No one would be at ease around me, knowing my true identity, and there would always be people who wouldn't limit themselves to hard looks or words. But enough of that, I'm eager to know what's new. Come, tell me. Aragon recounted the events of the past 2 days, including his encounter with the twins in the library. When he finished, Murtaugh leaned back reflectively. I suspect, he said, that Arya is more important than either of us thought. Consider what you've learned. She is a master of the sword, powerful in magic, and, most significantly, was chosen to guard Saphira's egg. She cannot be ordinary, even among the elves. Aragon agreed. Murtaugh stared at the ceiling. You know, I find this imprisonment oddly peaceful. For once in my life I don't have to be afraid. I know I ought to be, yet something about this place puts me at ease. A good night's sleep helps, too. I know what you mean, said Aragon wryly. He moved to a softer place on the bed. Nasuda said that she visited you. Did she say anything interesting? Murtaugh's gaze shifted into the distance, and he shook his head. No, she only wanted to meet me. Doesn't she look like a princess? And the way she carries herself. When she first entered through that doorway, I thought she was one of the great ladies of Galbatorix's court. I've seen earls and counts who had wives that, compared to her, were more fitted for life as a hog than of nobility. Aragon listened to his praise with growing apprehension. It may mean nothing, he reminded himself. You're leaping to conclusions. Yet the foreboding would not leave him. Trying to shake off the feeling, he asked, how long are you going to remain imprisoned, Murtaugh? You can't hide forever. Murtaugh shrugged carelessly, but there was weight behind his words. For now I'm content to stay and rest. There's no reason for me to seek shelter elsewhere nor submit myself to the twins' examination. No doubt I'll tire of this eventually, but for now, I am content. The shadows lengthened. Saphira woke Aragon with a sharp rap of her snout, bruising him with her hard jaw. Ouch, he exclaimed, sitting upright. The cave was dark except for a faint glow emanating from the shuttered lantern. Outside in the Dragonhold, Icitor Mithrim glittered with 1,000 different colors, illuminated by its girdle of lanterns. An agitated dwarf stood at the entrance to the cave, wringing his hands. You must come, Argetlam. Great trouble, the jihad summons you. There is no time. What's wrong? Asked Aragon. The dwarf only shook his head, beard wagging. Go, you must. Karkna Braga, now. Aragon belted on Zarok, grabbed his bow and arrows, then strapped the saddle onto Saphira. So much for a good night's sleep, she groused, crouching low to the floor so he could clamber onto her back. He yawned loudly as Saphira launched herself from the cave. Auric was waiting for them with a grim expression when they landed at Trondheim's gates. Come, the others are waiting. He led them through Trondheim to Ajahad's study. On the way, Aragon plied him with questions, but Auric would only say, I don't know enough myself, wait until you hear a jihad. The large study door was opened by a pair of burly guards. A jihad stood behind his desk, neatly inspecting a map. Arya and a man with wiry arms were there as well. The jihad looked up. Good, you're here, Aragon. Meet Jormungandr, my second in command. They acknowledged each other, then turned their attention to a jihad. I roused the 5 of you because we are all in grave danger. About half an hour ago a dwarf ran out of an abandoned tunnel under Trondheim. He was bleeding and nearly incoherent, but he had enough sense left to tell the dwarves what was pursuing him, an army of Urgles, maybe a day's march from here. Shocked silence filled the study. Then Jormungandr swore explosively and began asking questions at the same time Auric did. Arya remained silent. The jihad raised his hands. Quiet. There is more. The Urgles aren't approaching over land, but under it. They're in the tunnels. We're going to be attacked from below. Aragon raised his voice in the din that followed. Why didn't the dwarves know about this sooner? How did the Urgles find the tunnels? We're lucky to know about it this early, bellowed Auric. Everyone stopped talking to hear him. There are hundreds of tunnels throughout the Bior Mountains, uninhabited since the day they were mined. The only dwarves who go in them are eccentrics who don't want contact with anyone. We could have just as easily received no warning at all. The jihad pointed at the map, and Aragon moved closer. The map depicted the southern half of Alagesia, but unlike Aragon's, it showed the entire Bior mountain range in detail. Ajahad's finger was on the section of the Bior mountains that touched Sirta's eastern border. This, he said, is where the dwarf claimed to have come from. Orthiod, exclaimed Auric. At Jormungandr's puzzled inquiry, he explained, it's an ancient dwelling of ours that was deserted when Trondheim was completed. During its time it was the greatest of our cities. But no one's lived there for centuries. And it's old enough for some of the tunnels to have collapsed, said a jihad. That's how we surmise it was discovered from the surface. I suspect that Orthiod is now being called Ithrozada. That's where the Urgle column that was chasing Aragon and Saphira was supposed to go, and I'm sure it's where the Urgles have been migrating all year. From Ithrozada they can travel anywhere they want in the Bior Mountains. They have the power to destroy both the Varden and the dwarves. Jormungandr bent over the map, eyeing it carefully. Do you know how many Urgles there are? Are Galbatorix's troops with them? We can't plan a defense without knowing how large their army is. The jihad replied unhappily, we're unsure about both those things, yet our survival rests on that last question. If Galbatorix has augmented the Urgles, ranks with his own men, we don't stand a chance. But if he hasn't, because he still doesn't want his alliance with the Urgles revealed, or for some other reason, it's possible we can win. Neither Orin nor the elves can help us at this late hour. Even so, I sent runners to both of them with news of our plight. At the very least they won't be caught by surprise if we fall. He drew a hand across his coal-black brow. I've already talked with Hrothgar, and we've decided on a course of action. Our only hope is to contain the Urgles in 3 of the larger tunnels and channel them into Farthendur so they don't swarm inside Trondheim like locusts. I need you, Aragon and Arya, to help the dwarves collapse extraneous tunnels. The job is too big for normal means. 2 groups of dwarves are already working on it, one outside Trondheim, the other beneath it. Aragon, you're to work with the group outside. Arya, you'll be with the one underground, Auric will guide you to them. Why not collapse all the tunnels instead of leaving the large ones untouched? Asked Aragon. Because, said Auric, that would force the Urgles to clear away the rubble, and they might decide to go in a direction we don't want them to. Plus, if we cut ourselves off, they could attack other dwarf cities, which we wouldn't be able to assist in time. There's also another reason, said a jihad. Hrothgar warned me that Trondheim sits on such a dense network of tunnels that if too many are weakened, sections of the city will sink into the ground under their own weight. We can't risk that. Jormungandr listened intently, then asked, so there won't be any fighting inside Trondheim? You said the Urgles would be channeled outside the city, into Farthendur. The jihad responded quickly, that's right. We can't defend Trondheim's entire perimeter, it's too big for our forces, so we're going to seal all the passageways and gates leading into it. That will force the Urgles out onto the flats surrounding Trondheim, where there's plenty of maneuvering room for our armies. Since the Urgles have access to the tunnels, we cannot risk an extended battle. As long as they are here, we will be in constant danger of them pouring up through Trondheim's floor. If that happens, we'll be trapped, attacked from both the outside and inside. We have to prevent the Urgles from taking Trondheim. If they secure it, it's doubtful we will have the strength to rouse them. And what of our families? Asked Jormungandr. I won't see my wife and son murdered by Urgles. The lines deepened on Ajahad's face. All the women and children are being evacuated into the surrounding valleys. If we are defeated, they have guides who will take them to Serta. That's all I can do, under the circumstances. Jormungandr struggled to hide his relief. Sir, is Nasuda going as well? She is not pleased, but yes. All eyes were on a jihad as he squared his shoulders and announced, the Urgals will arrive in a matter of hours. We know their numbers are great, but we must hold Farthandur. Failure will mean the dwarves, downfall, death to the Varden, and eventual defeat for Serta and the elves. This is one battle we cannot lose. Now go and complete your tasks. Jormungandr, ready the men to fight. They left the study and scattered. Jormungandr to the barracks, Auric and Arya to the stairs leading underground, and Aragon and Saphira down one of Trondheim's 4 main halls. Despite the early hour, the city mountain swarmed like an anthill. People were running, shouting messages, and carrying bundles of belongings. Aragon had fought and killed before, but the battle that awaited them sent stabs of fear into his chest. He had never had a chance to anticipate a fight. Now that he did, it filled him with dread. He was confident when facing only a few opponents. He knew he could easily defeat 3 or 4 Urgals with Zarok and magic, but in a large conflict, anything could happen. They exited Trondheim and looked for the dwarves they were supposed to help. Without the sun or moon, the inside of Farthandur was dark as lampblack, punctuated by glittering lanterns bobbing jerkily in the crater. Perhaps they're on the far side of Trondheim, suggested Saphira. Aragon agreed and swung onto her back. They glided around Trondheim until a clump of lanterns came into sight. Saphira angled toward them, then with no more than a whisper landed beside a group of startled dwarves who were busy digging with pickaxes. Aragon quickly explained why he was there. A sharp-nosed dwarf told him, there's a tunnel about 4 yards directly underneath us. Any help you could give us would be appreciated. If you clear the area over the tunnel, I'll see what I can do. The sharp-nosed dwarf looked doubtful, but ordered the diggers off the site. Breathing slowly, Aragon prepared to use magic. It might be possible to actually move all the dirt off the tunnel, but he needed to conserve his strength for later. Instead, he would try to collapse the tunnel by applying force to weak sections of its ceiling. Thrista Deloy, he whispered and sent tentacles of power into the soil. Almost immediately they encountered rock. He ignored it and reached farther down until he felt the hollow emptiness of the tunnel. Then he began searching for flaws in the rock. Every time he found one, he pushed on it, elongating and widening it. It was strenuous work, but no more than it would have been to split the stone by hand. He made no visible progress, a fact that was not lost on the impatient dwarves. Aragon persevered. Before long he was rewarded by a resounding crack that could be heard clearly on the surface. There was a persistent screech, then the ground slid inward like water draining from a tub, leaving a gaping hole 7 yards across. As the delighted dwarves walled off the tunnel with rubble, the sharp-nosed dwarf led Aragon to the next tunnel. This one was much more difficult to collapse, but he managed to duplicate the feat. Over the next few hours, he collapsed over a half-dozen tunnels throughout Farthandur, with Saphira's help. Light crept into the small patch of sky above them as he worked. It was not enough to see by, but it bolstered Aragon's confidence. He turned away from the crumpled ruins of the latest tunnel and surveyed the land with interest. A mass exodus of women and children, along with the Varden's elders, streamed out of Trondheim. Everyone carried loads of provisions, clothes, and belongings. A small group of warriors, predominantly boys and old men, accompanied them. Most of the activity, however, was at the base of Trondheim, where the Varden and dwarves were assembling their army, which was divided into 3 battalions. Each section bore the Varden standard, a white dragon holding a rose above a sword pointing downward on a purple field. The men were silent, iron-fisted. Their hair flowed loosely from under their helmets. Many warriors had only a sword and a shield, but there were several ranks of spear and pikemen. In the rear of the battalions, archers tested their bowstrings. The dwarves were garbed in heavy battle gear. Burnished steel hauberks hung to their knees, and thick round shields, stamped with the crests of their clan, rested on their left arms. Short swords were sheathed at their waists, while in their right hands they carried mattocks or war axes. Their legs were covered with extra fine mail. They wore iron caps and brass-studded boots. A small figure detached itself from the far battalion and hurried toward Aragon and Saphira. It was Auric, clad like the other dwarves. The jihad wants you to join the army, he said. There are no more tunnels to cave in. Food is waiting for both of you. Aragon and Saphira accompanied Auric to a tent, where they found bread and water for Aragon and a pile of dried meat for Saphira. They ate it without complaint. It was better than going hungry. When they finished, Auric told them to wait and disappeared into the battalion's ranks. He returned, leading a line of dwarves burdened with tall piles of plate armor. Auric lifted a section of it and handed it to Aragon. "What is this?" asked Aragon, fingering the polished metal. The armor was intricately wrought with engraving and gold filigree. It was an inch thick in places and very heavy. No man could fight under that much weight. And there were far too many pieces for one person. "A gift from Hrothgar," said Auric, looking pleased with himself. "It has lain so long among our other treasures that it was almost forgotten. It was forged in another age, before the fall of the Riders." "But what's it for?" asked Aragon. "Why, it's dragon armor, of course. You don't think that dragons went into battle unprotected? Complete sets are rare because they took so long to make and because dragons were always growing. Still, Saphira isn't too big yet, so this should fit her reasonably well." "Dragon armor." As Saphira nosed one of the pieces, Aragon asked, "What do you think?" "Let's try it on," she said, a fierce gleam in her eye. After a good deal of struggling, Aragon and Auric stepped back to admire the result. Saphira's entire neck, except for the spikes along its ridge, was covered with triangular scales of overlapping armor. Her belly and chest were protected by the heaviest plates, while the lightest ones were on her tail. Her legs and back were completely encased. Her wings were left bare. A single molded plate lay on top of her head, leaving her lower jaw free to bite and snap. Saphira arched her neck experimentally, and the armor flexed smoothly with her. "This will slow me down, but it'll help stop the arrows." "How do I look?" "Very intimidating," replied Aragon truthfully. That pleased her. Auric picked up the remaining items from the ground. "I brought you armor as well, though it took much searching to find your size. We rarely forge arms for men or elves. I don't know who this was made for, but it has never been used and should serve you well." Over Aragon's head went a stiff shirt of leather-backed mail that fell to his knees like a skirt. It rested heavily on his shoulders and clinked when he moved. He belted Zarok over it, which helped keep the mail from swinging. On his head went a leather cap, then a mail coif, and finally a gold and silver helm. Bracers were strapped to his forearms, and greaves to his lower legs. For his hands there were mail-backed gloves. Last, Auric handed him a broad shield emblazoned with an oak tree. Knowing that what he and Saphira had been given was worth several fortunes, Aragon bowed and said, "Thank you for these gifts. Hrothgar's presents are greatly appreciated." "Don't give thanks now," said Auric with a chuckle. "Wait until the armor saves your life." The warriors around them began marching away. The three battalions were repositioning themselves in different parts of Farth and Dur. Unsure of what they should do, Aragon looked at Auric, who shrugged and said, "I suppose we should accompany them." They trailed behind a battalion as it headed toward the crater wall. Aragon asked about the Urgles, but Auric only knew that scouts had been posted underground in the tunnels and that nothing had been seen or heard yet. The battalion halted at one of the collapsed tunnels. The dwarves had piled the rubble so that anyone inside the tunnel could easily climb out. "This must be one of the places they're going to force the Urgles to surface," Saphira pointed out. Hundreds of lanterns were fixed atop poles and stuck into the ground. They provided a great pool of light that glowed like an evening sun. Fires blazed along the rim of the tunnel's roof, huge cauldrons of pitch heating over them. Aragon looked away, fighting back revulsion. It was a terrible way to kill anyone, even an Urgle. Rows of sharpened saplings were being pounded into the ground to provide a thorny barrier between the battalion and the tunnel. Aragon saw an opportunity to help and joined a group of men digging trenches between the saplings. Saphira assisted as well, scooping out the dirt with her giant claws. While they labored, Auric left to supervise the construction of a barricade to shield the archers. Aragon drank gratefully from the wineskin whenever it was passed around. After the trenches were finished and filled with pointed stakes, Saphira and Aragon rested. Auric returned to find them seated together. He wiped his brow. "All the men and dwarves are on the battlefield. Trondheim has been sealed off. Hrothgar has taken charge of the battalion to our left. The jihad leads the one ahead of us." "Who commands this one?" "Jormungandr." Auric sat with a grunt and placed his war axe on the ground. Saphira nudged Aragon. "Look." His hand tightened on Zarok as he saw Murtaugh, helmed, carrying a dwarven shield in his hand and a half-sword, approaching with Tornak. Auric cursed and leapt to his feet, but Murtaugh said quickly, "It's all right, the jihad released me." "Why would he do that?" demanded Auric. Murtaugh smiled dryly. "He said this was an opportunity to prove my good intentions. Apparently, He doesn't think I would be able to do much damage even if I did turn on the Varden. Aragon nodded in welcome, relaxing his grip. Murtaugh was an excellent and merciless fighter, exactly whom Aragon wanted by his side during battle. How do we know you're not lying? Asked Auric. Because I say so, announced a firm voice. The jihad strode into their midst, armed for battle with a breastplate and an ivory-handled sword. He put a strong hand on Aragon's shoulder and drew him away where the others could not hear. He cast an eye over Aragon's armor. Good, Auric outfitted you. Yes, has anything been seen in the tunnels? Nothing. The jihad leaned on his sword. One of the twins is staying in Trondheim. He's going to watch the battle from the Dragonhold and relay information through his brother to me. I know you can speak with your mind. I need you to tell the twins anything unusual that you see while fighting. Also, I'll relay orders to you through them. Do you understand? The thought of being linked to the twins filled Aragon with loathing, but he knew it was necessary. I do. The jihad paused. You're not a foot soldier or horseman, nor any other type of warrior I'm used to commanding. Battle may prove differently, but I think you and Saphira will be safer on the ground. In the air, you'll be a choice target for Urgal archers. Will you fight from Saphira's back? Aragon had never been in combat on horseback, much less on Saphira. I'm not sure what we'll do. When I'm on Saphira, I'm up too high to fight all but a cull. There will be plenty of cull, I'm afraid, said a jihad. He straightened, pulling his sword out of the ground. The only advice I can give you is to avoid unnecessary risks. The Varden cannot afford to lose you. With that, he turned and left. Aragon returned to Auric and Murtaugh and hunkered next to Saphira, leaning his shield against his knees. The four of them waited in silence like the hundreds of warriors around them. Light from Farthandur's opening waned as the sun crept below the crater rim. Aragon turned to scan the encampment and froze, heart jolting. About 30 feet away sat Arya with her bow in her lap. Though he knew it was unreasonable, he had hoped she might accompany the other women out of Farthandur. Concerned, he hastened to her. You will fight. I do what I must, Arya said calmly. But it's too dangerous. Her face darkened. Do not pamper me, human. Elves train both their men and women to fight. I am not one of your helpless females to run away whenever there is danger. I was given the task of protecting Saphira's egg, which I failed. My role is dishonored and would be further shamed if I did not guard you and Saphira on this field. You forget that I am stronger with magic than any here, including you. If the Shade comes, who can defeat him but me? And who else has the right?
Well, you've come to the
Aragon
right place.
stared at her helplessly, knowing she was right and hating the fact. Then stay safe. Out of desperation, he added in the ancient language, While Pomnoria Ilion. For my happiness. Arya turned her gaze away uneasily, the fringe of her hair obscuring her face. She ran a hand along her polished bow, then murmured, It is my wyrd to be here. The debt must be paid. He abruptly retreated to Saphira. Murtaugh looked at him curiously. What did she say? Nothing. Wrapped in their own thoughts, the defenders sank into a brooding silence as the hours crawled by. Farthandur's crater again grew black, except for the sanguine lantern glow and the fires heating the pitch. Aragon alternated between myopically examining the links of his mail and spying on Arya. Auric repeatedly ran a whetstone over the blade of his axe, periodically eyeing the edge between strokes. The rasp of metal on stone was irritating. Murtaugh just stared into the distance. Occasionally, messengers ran through the encampment, causing the warriors to surge to their feet. But it always proved to be a false alarm. The men and dwarfs became strained. Angry voices were often heard. The worst part about Farthandur was the lack of wind. The air was dead, motionless. Even when it grew warm and stifling and filled with smoke, there was no reprieve. As the night dragged on, the battlefield stilled, silent as death. Muscles stiffened from the waiting. Aragon stared blankly into the darkness with heavy eyelids. He shook himself to alertness and tried to focus through his stupor. Finally Auric said, It's late. We should sleep. If anything happens, the others will wake us. Murtaugh grumbled, but Aragon was too tired to complain. He curled up against Saphira, using his shield as a pillow. As his eyes closed, he saw that Arya was still awake, watching over them. His dreams were confused and disturbing, full of horned beasts and unseen menaces. Over and over he heard a deep voice ask, Are you ready? But he never had an answer. Plagued by such visions, his sleep was shallow and uneasy until something touched his arm. He woke with a start. Battle under Farthandur. It has begun, Arya said with a sorrowful expression. The troops in the encampment stood alertly with their weapons drawn. Oryx swung his axe to make sure he had enough room. Arya knocked an arrow and held it ready to shoot. A scout ran out of a tunnel a few minutes ago, said Murda to Aragon. The Urgles are coming. Together they watched the dark mouth of the tunnel through the ranks of men and sharpened stakes. A minute dragged by, then another, and another. Without taking his eyes from the tunnel, Aragon hoisted himself into Saphira's saddle, Zarok in his hand, a comfortable weight. Murtaugh mounted Tornak beside him. Then a man cried, "I hear them." The warriors stiffened, grips tightened on weapons. No one moved, no one breathed. Somewhere a horse nickered. Harsh Urgle shouts shattered the air as dark shapes boiled upward in the tunnel's opening. At a command, the cauldrons of pitch were tilted on their sides, pouring the scalding liquid into the tunnel's hungry throat. The monsters howled in pain, arms flailing. A torch was thrown onto the bubbling pitch, and an orange pillar of greasy flames roared up in the opening, engulfing the Urgles in an inferno. Sickened, Aragon looked across Farth and Duer at the other two battalions and saw similar fires by each. He sheathed Zarok and strung his bow. More Urgles soon tamped the pitch down and clambered out of the tunnels over their burned brethren. They clumped together, presenting a solid wall to the men and dwarves. Behind the palisade Oric had helped build, the first row of archers pulled on their bows and fired. Aragon and Arya added their arrows to the deadly swarm and watched the shafts eat through the Urgles' ranks. The Urgle line wavered, threatening to break, but they covered themselves with their shields and weathered the attack. Again the archers fired, but the Urgles continued to stream onto the surface at a ferocious rate. Aragon was dismayed by their numbers. They were supposed to kill every single one. It seemed a madman's task. His only encouragement was that he saw none of Galbatorix's troops with the Urgles. Not yet, at least. The opposing army formed a solid mass of bodies that seemed to stretch endlessly. Tattered and sullen standards were raised in the monsters' midst. Baleful notes echoed through Farth and Duer as war horns sounded. The entire group of Urgles charged with savage war cries. They dashed against the rows of stakes, covering them with slick blood and limp corpses as the ranks at the vanguard were crushed against the posts. A cloud of black arrows flew over the barrier at the crouched defenders. Aragon ducked behind his shield, and Saphira covered her head. Arrows rattled harmlessly against her armor. Momentarily foiled by the pickets, the Urgle horde milled with confusion. The Varden bunched together, waiting for the next attack. After a pause, the war cries were raised again as the Urgles surged forward. The assault was bitter. Its momentum carried the Urgles through the stakes, where a line of pikemen jabbed frantically at their ranks, trying to repel them. The pikemen held briefly, but the ominous tide of Urgles could not be halted, and they were overwhelmed. The first lines of defense breached, the main bodies of the two forces collided for the first time. A deafening roar burst from the men and dwarves as they rushed into the conflict. Saphira bellowed and leapt toward the fight, diving into a whirlwind of noise and blurred action. With her jaws and talons, Saphira tore through an Urgle. Her teeth were as lethal as any sword, her tail a giant mace. From her back, Aragon parried a hammer blow from an Urgle chief, protecting her vulnerable wings. Zarok's crimson blade seemed to gleam with delight as blood spurted along its length. From the corner of his eye, Aragon saw Oric hewing Urgle necks with mighty blows of his axe. Beside the dwarf was Murtaugh on Tornak, his face disfigured by a vicious snarl as he swung his sword angrily, cutting through every defense. Then Saphira spun around, and Aragon saw Arya leap past the lifeless body of an opponent. An Urgle bowled over a wounded dwarf and hacked at Saphira's front right leg. His sword skated off her armor with a burst of sparks. Aragon smote him on the head, but Zarok stuck in the monster's horns and was yanked from his grasp. With a curse he dived off Saphira and tackled the Urgle, smashing his face with the shield. He jerked Zarok out of the horns, then dodged as another Urgle charged him. "Saphira, I need you," he shouted, but the bottle's tide had separated them. Suddenly a cull jumped at him, club raised for a blow. Unable to lift his shield in time, Aragon uttered, "Gierda." The cull's head snapped back with a sharp report as his neck broke. 4 more Urgles succumbed to Zarok's thirsty bite, then Murtaugh rode up beside Aragon, driving the press of Urgles backward. "Come on," he shouted, and reached down from Tornak, pulling Aragon onto the horse. They rushed toward Saphira, who was embroiled in a mass of enemies. 12 spear-wielding Urgles encircled her, needling her with their lances. They had already managed to prick both of her wings. Her blood splattered the ground. Every time she rushed at one of the Urgles, they bunched together and jabbed at her eyes, forcing her to retreat. She tried to sweep the spears away with her talons, but the Urgles jumped back and evaded her. The sight of Saphira's blood enraged Aragon. He swung off Tornak with a wild cry and stabbed the nearest Urgle through the chest, withholding nothing in his frenzied attempt to help Saphira. His attack provided the distraction she needed to break free. With a kick, she sent an Urgle flying, then barreled to him. Aragon grabbed one of her neck spikes and pulled himself back into her saddle. Murtaugh raised his hand, then charged into another knot of Urgles. By unspoken consent, Saphira took flight and rose above the struggling armies, seeking a respite from the madness. Aragon's breath trembled, his muscles were clenched, ready to ward off the next attack. Every fiber of his being thrilled with energy, making him feel more alive than ever before. Saphira circled long enough for them to recover their strength, then descended toward the Urgles, skimming the ground to avoid detection. She approached the monsters from behind, where their archers were gathered. Before the Urgles realized what was happening, Aragon lopped off the heads of 2 archers, and Saphira disemboweled 3 others. She took off again as alarms sounded, quickly soaring out of bow range. They repeated the tactic on a different flank of the army. Saphira's stealth and speed, combined with the dim lighting, made it nearly impossible for the Urgles to predict where she would strike next. Aragon used his bow whenever Saphira was in the air, but he quickly ran out of arrows. Soon the only thing left in his quiver was magic, which he wanted to keep in reserve until it was desperately needed. Saphira's flights over the combatants gave Aragon a unique understanding of how the battle was progressing. There were 3 separate fights raging in Farth and Dur, one by each open tunnel. The Urgles were disadvantaged by the dispersal of their forces and their inability to get all of their army out of the tunnels at once. Even so, the Varden and dwarves could not keep the monsters from advancing and were slowly being driven back toward Trondheim. The defenders seemed insignificant against the mass of Urgles, whose numbers continued to increase as they poured out of the tunnels. The Urgles had organized themselves around several standards, each representing a clan, but it was unclear who commanded them overall. The clans paid no attention to each other, as if they were receiving orders from elsewhere. Aragon wished he knew who was in charge so he and Saphira could kill him. Remembering Ajahad's orders, he began relaying information to the twins. They were interested by what he had to say about the Urgles, apparent lack of a leader, and questioned him closely. The exchange was smooth, if brief. The twins told him, "Your order to assist Hrothgar, the fight goes badly for him." "Understood," Aragon responded. Saphira swiftly flew to the besieged dwarves, swooping low over Hrothgar. Arrayed in golden armor, the dwarf king stood at the fore of a small knot of his kin, wielding Volund, the hammer of his ancestors. His white beard caught the lantern light as he looked up at Saphira. Admiration glinted in his eyes. Saphira landed beside the dwarves and faced the oncoming Urgles. Even the bravest cull quailed before her ferocity, allowing the dwarves to surge forward. Aragon tried to keep Saphira safe. Her left flank was protected by the dwarves, but to her front and right raged a sea of enemies. He showed no mercy on those and took every advantage he could, using magic whenever Zarok could not serve him. A spear bounced off his shield, denting it and leaving him with a bruised shoulder. Shaking off the pain, he cleaved open an Urgle's skull, mixing brains with metal and bone. He was in awe of Hrothgar, who, though he was ancient by both the standards of men and dwarves, was still undiminished on the battlefield. No Urgle, cull or not, could stand before the dwarf king and his guards alive. Every time Volund struck, it sounded the gong of death for another enemy. After a spear downed one of his warriors, Hrothgar grabbed the spear himself and, with astounding strength, hurled it completely through its owner 20 yards away. Such heroism emboldened Aragon to ever greater risks, seeking to hold his own with the mighty king. Aragon lunged at a giant cull nearly out of reach and almost fell from Saphira's saddle. Before he could recover, the cull darted past Saphira's defenses and swung his sword. The brunt of the blow caught Aragon on the side of his helm, throwing him backward and making his vision flicker and his ears ring thunderously. Stunned, he tried to pull himself upright, but the cull had already prepared for another blow. As the cull's arm descended, a slim steel blade suddenly sprouted from his chest. Howling, the monster toppled to the side. In his place stood Angela. The witch wore a long red cape over outlandish flanged armor enameled black and green. She bore a strange two-handed weapon, a long wooden shaft with a sword blade attached to each end. Angela winked at Aragon mischievously, then dashed away, spinning her staff sword like a dervish. Close behind her was Solembum in the form of a young shaggy-haired boy. He held a small black dagger, sharp teeth bared in a feral snarl. Still dazed from his battering, Aragon managed to straighten himself in the saddle. Saphira jumped into the air and wheeled high above, letting him recuperate. He scanned Farthendour's plains and saw, to his dismay, that all three battles were going badly. Neither Jihad, Jormungandr, nor Hrothgar could stop the Urgles. There were simply too many. Aragon wondered how many Urgles he could kill at once with magic. He knew his limits fairly well. If he were to kill enough to make a difference, it would probably be suicide. That might be what it took to win. The fighting continued for one endless hour after another. The Varden and dwarves were exhausted, but the Urgles remained fresh with reinforcements. It was a nightmare for Aragon. Though he and Saphira fought their hardest, there was always another Urgle to take the place of the one just killed. His whole body hurt, especially his head. Every time he used magic he lost a little more energy. Saphira was in better condition, though her wings were punctured with small wounds. As he parried a blow, the twins contacted him urgently. There are loud noises under Trondheim. It sounds like Urgles are trying to dig into the city. We need you and Arya to collapse any tunnels they're excavating. Aragon dispatched his opponent with a sword thrust. We'll be right there. He looked for Arya and saw her engage with a knot of struggling Urgles. Saphira quickly forged a path to the elf, leaving a pile of crumpled bodies in her wake. Aragon extended his hand and said, "Get on." Arya jumped onto Saphira's back without hesitation. She wrapped her right arm around Aragon's waist, wielding her blood-stained sword with the other. As Saphira crouched to take off, an Urgle ran at her, howling, then lifted an axe and smashed her in the chest. Saphira roared with pain and lurched forward, feet leaving the ground. Her wings snapped open, straining to keep them from crashing as she veered wildly to one side, right wingtip scraping the ground. Below them, the Urgle pulled back his arm to throw the axe. But Arya raised her palm, shouting, and an emerald ball of energy shot from her hand, killing the Urgle. With a colossal heave of her shoulders, Saphira righted herself, barely making it over the heads of the warriors. She pulled away from the battlefield with powerful wing strokes and rasping breath. "Are you all right?" asked Aragon, concerned. He could not see where she had been struck. "I'll live," she said grimly, "but the front of my armor has been crushed together. It hurts my chest, and I'm having trouble moving. Can you get us to the Dragonhold?" "We'll see." Aragon explained Saphira's condition to Arya. "I'll stay and help Saphira when we land," she offered. "Once she is free of the armor, I will join you." "Thank you," he said. The flight was laborious for Saphira. She glided whenever she could. When they reached the Dragonhold, she dropped heavily to Isidar Mithrim, where the twins were supposed to be watching the battle, but it was empty. Aragon jumped to the floor and winced as he saw the damage the Urgle had done. 4 of the metal plates on Saphira's chest had been hammered together, restricting her ability to bend and breathe. "Stay well," he said, putting a hand on her side, then ran out the archway. He stopped and swore. He was at the top of Volume Turin, the endless staircase. Because of his worry for Saphira, he had not considered how he would get to Trondheim's base, where the Urgles were breaking in. There was no time to climb down. He looked at the narrow trough to the right of the stairs, then grabbed one of the leather pads and threw himself down on it. The stone slide was smooth as lacquered wood. With the leather underneath him, he accelerated almost instantly to a frightening speed, the walls blurring and the curve of the slide pressing him high against the wall. Aragon lay completely flat so he would go faster. Air rushed past his helm, making it vibrate like a weather vane in a gale. The trough was too confined for him, and he was perilously close to flying out, but as long as he kept his arms and legs still, he was safe. It was a swift descent, but it still took him nearly 10 minutes to reach the bottom. The slide leveled out at the end and sent him skidding halfway across the huge carnelian floor. When he finally came to a stop, he was too dizzy to walk. His first attempt to stand made him nauseated, so he curled up, head in his hands, and waited for things to stop spinning. When he felt better, he stood and warily looked around. The great chamber was completely deserted, the silence unsettling. Rosy light filtered down from Isidar Mithrim. He faltered, where was he supposed to go, and cast out his mind for the twins. Nothing. He froze as loud knocking echoed through Trondheim. An explosion split the air. A long slab of the chamber floor buckled and blew 30 feet up. Needles of rocks flew outward as it crashed down. Aragon stumbled back, stunned, groping for Zarok. The twisted shapes of Urgles clambered out of the hole in the floor. Aragon hesitated. Should he flee? Or should he stay and try to close the tunnel? Even if he managed to seal it before the Urgles attacked him, what if Trondheim was already breached elsewhere? He could not find all the places in time to prevent the city mountain from being captured. But if I run to one of Trondheim's gates and blast it open, the Varden could retake Trondheim without having to siege it. Before he could decide, a tall man garbed entirely in black armor emerged from the tunnel and looked directly at him. It was Durza. The Shade carried his pale blade marked with the scratch from a jihad. A black round shield with a crimson ensign rested on his arm. His dark helmet was richly decorated, like a general's, and a long snakeskin cloak billowed around him. Madness burned in his maroon eyes, the madness of one who enjoys power and finds himself in the position to use it. Aragon knew he was neither fast enough nor strong enough to escape the fiend before him. He immediately warned Saphira, though he knew it was impossible for her to rescue him. He dropped into a crouch and quickly reviewed what Brahm had told him about fighting another magic user. It was not encouraging, and a jihad had said that shades could only be destroyed by a thrust through the heart. Durza gazed at him contemptuously and said, Kaz Jtierl Trajid. Otrag Bog. The Urgles eyed Aragon suspiciously and formed a circle around the perimeter of the room. Durza slowly approached Aragon with a triumphant expression. So, my young rider, we meet again. You were foolish to escape from me in Gilead. It will only make things worse for you in the end. You'll never capture me alive, growled Aragon. Is that so? Asked the Shade, raising an eyebrow. The light from the star sapphire gave his skin a ghastly tint. I don't see your friend, Murtaugh, around to help you. You can't stop me now. No one can. Fear touched Aragon. How does he know about Murtaugh? Putting all the derision he could into his voice, he jeered, How did you like being shot? Durza's face tightened momentarily. I will be repaid in blood for that. Now tell me where your dragon is hiding. Never. The Shade's countenance darkened. Then I will force it from you. His sword whistled through the air. The moment Aragon caught the blade on his shield, a mental probe spike leaped into his thoughts. Fighting to protect his consciousness, he shoved Durza back and attacked with his own mind. Aragon battered with all his strength against the iron-hard defenses surrounding Durza's mind, but to no avail. He swung Zaroff, trying to catch Durza off guard. The Shade knocked the blow aside effortlessly, then stabbed in return with lightning speed. The point of the sword caught Aragon in the ribs, piercing his mail and driving out his breath. The mail slipped, though, and the blade missed his side by the width of a wire. The distraction was all Durza needed to break into Aragon's mind and begin taking control. No, cried Aragon, throwing himself at the Shade. His face contorted as he grappled with Durza, yanking on his sword arm. Durza tried to cut Aragon's hand, but it was protected by the mail-backed glove, which sent the blade glancing downward. As Aragon kicked his leg, Durza snarled and swept his black shield around, knocking him to the floor. Aragon tasted blood in his mouth, his neck throbbed. Ignoring his injuries, he rolled over and hurled his shield at Durza. Despite the Shade's superior speed, the heavy shield clipped him on the hip. As Durza stumbled, Aragon caught him on the upper arm with Zaroff. A line of blood traced down the Shade's arm. Aragon thrust at the Shade with his mind and drove through Durza's weakened defenses. A flood of images suddenly engulfed him, rushing through his consciousness. Durza as a young boy living as a nomad with his parents on the empty plains. The tribe abandoned them and called his father, Oathbreaker. Only it was not Durza then, but Karsay, the name his mother crooned while combing his hair. Ellipsis. The Shade reeled wildly, face twisted in pain. Aragon tried to control the torrent of memories, but the force of them was overwhelming. Standing on a hill over the graves of his parents, weeping that the men had not killed him as well. Then turning and stumbling blindly away, into the desert. Ellipsis. Durza faced Aragon. Terrible hatred flowed from his maroon eyes. Aragon was on one knee, almost standing, struggling to seal his mind. How the old man looked when he first saw Karsay lying near death on a sand dune. The days it had taken Karsay to recover and the fear he felt upon discovering that his rescuer was a sorcerer. How he had pleaded to be taught the control of spirits. How Haig had finally agreed. Called him, desert rat. Ellipsis. Aragon was standing now, Durza charged, sword raised, shield ignored in his fury. The days spent training under the scorching sun, always alert for the lizards they caught for food. How his power slowly grew, giving him pride and confidence. The weeks spent nursing his sick master after a failed spell. His joy when Haig recovered. There was not enough time to react. Not enough time. Ellipsis. The bandits who attacked during the night, killing Haig. The rage Karsab had felt and the spirits he had summoned for vengeance. But the spirits were stronger than he expected. They turned on him, possessing mind and body. He had screamed. He was Iamdurza. The sword smote heavily across Aragon's back, cutting through both mail and skin. He screamed as pain blasted through him, forcing him to his knees. Agony bowed his body in half and obliterated all thought. He swayed, barely conscious, hot blood running down the small of his back. Durza said something he could not hear. In anguish, Aragon raised his eyes to the heavens, tears streaming down his cheeks. Everything had failed. The Varden and dwarves were destroyed. He was defeated. Saphira would give herself up for his sake. She had done it before, and Arya would be recaptured or killed. Why had it ended like this? What justice could this be? All was for nothing. As he looked at Isidore Mithrim far above his tortured frame, a flash of light erupted in his eyes, blinding him. A second later, the chamber rang with a deafening report. Then his eyes cleared, and he gaped with disbelief. The star sapphire had shattered. An expanding torus of huge dagger-like pieces plummeted toward the distant floor, the shimmering shards near the walls. In the center of the chamber, hurtling downward headfirst, was Saphira. Her jaws were open and from between them erupted a great tongue of flame, bright yellow and tinged with blue. On her back was Arya, hair billowing wildly, arm uplifted, palm glowing with a nimbus of green magic. Time seemed to slow as Aragon saw Durza tilt his head toward the ceiling. First shock, then anger contorted the shade's face. Sneering defiantly, he raised his hand and pointed at Saphira, a word forming on his lips. A hidden reserve of strength suddenly welled up inside Aragon, dredged from the deepest part of his being. His fingers curled around the hilt of his sword. He plunged through the barrier in his mind and took hold of the magic. All his pain and rage focused on one word. Freisinger. Zarok blazed with bloody light, heatless flames running along it. He lunged forward and stabbed Durza in the heart. Durza looked down with shock at the blade protruding from his breast. His mouth was open, but instead of words, an unearthly howl burst from him. His sword dropped from nerveless fingers. He grasped Zarok as if to pull it out, but it was lodged firmly in him. Then Durza's skin turned transparent. Under it was neither flesh nor bone, but swirling patterns of darkness. He shrieked even louder as the darkness pulsated, splitting his skin. With one last cry, Durza was rent from head to toe, releasing the darkness, which separated into three entities who flew through Trondheim's walls and out of Farth and Duer. The shade was gone. Bereft of strength, Aragon fell back with arms outstretched. Above him, Saphira and Arya had nearly reached the floor. It looked as if they were going to smash into it with the deadly remains of Isidore Mithrim. As his sight faded, Saphira, Arya, the myriad fragments, all seemed to stop falling and hang motionless in the air. The morning saved. Snatches of the Shade's memories continued to flash through Aragon. A whirlwind of dark events and emotions overwhelmed him, making it impossible to think. Submerged in the maelstrom, he knew neither who nor where he was. He was too weak to cleanse himself of the alien presence that clouded his mind. Violent, cruel images from the Shade's past exploded behind his eyes until his spirit cried out in anguish at the bloody sights. A pile of bodies rose before him, innocent slaughtered by the Shade's orders. He saw still more corpses, whole villages of them, taken from life by the sorcerer's hand or word. There was no escape from the carnage that surrounded him. He wavered like a candle flame, unable to withstand the tide of evil. He prayed for someone to lift him out of the nightmare, but there was no one to guide him. If only he could remember what he was supposed to be, boy or man, villain or hero, shade or rider, all was jumbled together in a meaningless frenzy. He was lost, completely and utterly, in the roiling mass. Suddenly a cluster of his own memories burst through the dismal cloud left by the Shade's malevolent mind. All the events since he had found Saphira's egg came to him in the cold light of revelation. His accomplishments and failures were displayed equally. He had lost much that was dear to him, yet fate had given him rare and great gifts. For the first time, he was proud of simply who he was. As if in response to his brief self-confidence, the Shade's smothering blackness assaulted him anew. His identity trailed into the void as uncertainty and fear consumed his perceptions. Who was he to think he could challenge the powers of Algesia and live? He fought against the Shade's sinister thoughts, weakly at first, then more strongly. He whispered words of the ancient language and found they gave him enough strength to withstand the shadow blurring his mind. Though his defenses faltered dangerously, he slowly slowly began to draw his shattered consciousness into a small bright shell around his core. Outside his mind he was aware of a pain so great it threatened to blot out his very life, but something, or someone, seemed to keep it at bay. He was still too weak to clear his mind completely, but he was lucid enough to examine his experiences since Carvajal. Where would he go now, and who would show him the way? Without Brahm, there was no one to guide or teach him. Come to me. He recoiled at the touch of another consciousness, one so vast and powerful it was like a mountain looming over him. This was who was blocking the pain, he realized. Like Arya's mind, music ran through this one, pink amber gold chords that throbbed with magisterial melancholy. Finally, he dared ask, who are you? One who would help. With a flicker of an unspoken thought, the shade's influence was brushed aside like an unwanted cobweb. Free from the oppressive weight, Aragon let his mind expand until he touched a barrier beyond which he could not pass. I have protected you as best I can, but you are so far away I can do no more than shield your sanity from the pain. Again, who are you to do this? There was a low rumble. I am Ostado Chedowa, the morning sage. And Togira Ikonoka, the cripple who is whole. Come to me, Aragon, for I have answers to all you ask. You will not be safe until you find me. But how can I find you if I don't know where you are? He asked, despairing. Trust Arya and go with her to Elsmera, I will be there. I have waited many seasons, so do not delay or it may soon be too late. You are greater than you know, Aragon. Think of what you have done and rejoice, for you have rid the land of a great evil. You have wrought a deed no one else could. Many are in your debt. The stranger was right, what he had accomplished was worthy of honor, of recognition. No matter what his trials might be in the future, he was no longer just a pawn in the game of power. He had transcended that and was something else, something more. He had become what a jihad wanted, an authority independent of any king or leader. He sensed approval as he reached that conclusion. You are learning, said the morning sage, drawing nearer. A vision passed from him to Aragon. A burst of color blossomed in his mind, resolving into a stooped figure dressed in white, standing on a sun-drenched stone cliff. It is time for you to rest, Aragon. When you wake, do not speak of me to anyone, said the figure kindly, face obscured by a silver nimbus. Remember, you must go to the elves. Now, sleep. He raised a hand, as if in benediction, and peace crept through Aragon. His last thought was that Brahm would have been proud of him. Wake, commanded the voice. Awake, Aragon, for you have slept far too long. He stirred unwillingly, loath to listen. The warmth that surrounded him was too comfortable to leave. The voice sounded again. Rise, Argetlam. You are needed. He reluctantly forced his eyes open and found himself on a long bed, swathed in soft blankets. Angela sat in a chair beside him, staring at his face intently. How do you feel? She asked. Disoriented and confused, he let his eyes roam over the small room. I don't know, he said, his mouth dry and sore. Then don't move. You should conserve your strength, said Angela, running a hand through her curly hair. Aragon saw that she still wore her flanged armor. Why was that? A fit of coughing made him dizzy, lightheaded, and ache all over. His feverish limbs felt heavy. Angela lifted a gilt horn from the floor and held it to his lips. Here, drink. Cool mead ran down his throat, refreshing him. Warmth bloomed in his stomach and rose to his cheeks. He coughed again, which worsened his throbbing head. How did I get here? There was a battle, we were losing, then Durza and Saphira. He exclaimed, sitting upright. He sagged back as his head swam and clenched his eyes, feeling sick. What about Saphira? Is she all right? The Urgles were winning, she was falling. And Arya? They lived, assured Angela, and have been waiting for you to wake. Do you wish to see them? He nodded feebly. Angela got up and threw open the door. Arya and Murdoch filed inside. Saphira snaked her head into the room after them, her body too big to fit through the doorway. Her chest vibrated as she hummed deeply, eyes sparkling. Smiling, Aragon touched her thoughts with relief and gratitude. It is good to see you well, little one, she said tenderly. And you too, but how? The others want to explain it, so I will let them. You breathe fire. I saw you. Yes, she said with pride. He smiled weakly, still confused, then looked at Arya and Murtaugh. Both of them were bandaged, Arya on her arm, Murtaugh around his head. Murtaugh grinned widely. About time you were up. We've been sitting in the hall for hours. What happened? Asked Aragon. Arya looked sad. But Murdoch rode, we won. It was incredible. When the Shade Spirits, if that's what they were, flew across Farth and Duer, the Urgles ceased fighting to watch them go. It was as though they were released from a spell then, because their clans suddenly turned and attacked each other. Their entire army disintegrated within minutes. We routed them after that. They're all dead? Asked Aragon. Murtaugh shook his head. No, many of them escaped into the tunnels. The Varden and dwarves are busy ferreting them out right now, but it's going to take a while. I was helping until an Urgle banged me on the head and I was sent back here. They aren't going to lock you up again. His face grew sober. No one really cares about that right now. A lot of Varden and dwarves were killed. The survivors are busy trying to recover from the battle. But at least you have cause to be happy. You're a hero. Everyone's talking about how you killed Durza. If it hadn't been for you, we would have lost. Aragon was troubled by his words but pushed them away for later consideration. Where were the twins? They weren't where they were supposed to be. I couldn't contact them. I needed their help. Murtaugh shrugged. I was told they bravely fought off a group of Urgles that broke into Trondheim somewhere else. They were probably too busy to talk with you. That seemed wrong for some reason, but Aragon could not decide why. He turned to Arya. Her large bright eyes had been fixed upon him the entire time. How come you didn't crash? You and Saphira were. His voice trailed off. She said slowly, when you warned Saphira of Durza, I was still trying to remove her damaged armor. By the time it was off, it was too late to slide down Volume Turin. You would have been captured before I reached the bottom. Besides, Durza would have killed you before letting me rescue you. Regret entered her voice, so I did the one thing I could to distract him. I broke the Star Sapphire. And I carried her down, added Saphira. Aragon struggled to understand as another bout of lightheadedness made him close his eyes. But why didn't any of the pieces hit you or me? I didn't allow them to. When we were almost to the floor, I held them motionless in the air, then slowly lowered them to the floor, else they would have shattered into 1,000 pieces and killed you, stated Arya simply. Her words betrayed the power within her. Angela added sourly, yes, and it almost killed you as well. It's taken all of my skill to keep the two of you alive. A twinge of unease shot through Aragon, matching the intensity of his throbbing head. My back, but he felt no bandages there. How long have I been here? He asked with trepidation. Only a day and a half, answered Angela. You're lucky I was around, otherwise it would have taken you weeks to heal, if you had even lived. Alarmed, Aragon pushed the blankets off his torso and twisted around to feel his back. Angela caught his wrist with her small hand, worry reflected in her eyes. Aragon, you have to understand, my power is not like yours or Arya's. It depends on the use of herbs and potions. There are limits to what I can do, especially with such a large. He yanked his hand out of her grip and reached back, fingers groping. The skin on his back was smooth and warm, flawless. Hard muscles flexed under his fingertips as he moved. He slid his hand toward the base of his neck and unexpectedly felt a hard bump about a half-inch wide. He followed it down his back with growing horror. Durza's blow had left him with a huge, ropey scar, stretching from his right shoulder to the opposite hip. Pity showed on Arya's face as she murmured, "You have paid a terrible price for your deed, Aragon Shadeslayer." Murtaugh laughed harshly. "Yes, now you're just like me." Dismay filled Aragon, and he closed his eyes. He was disfigured. Then he remembered something from when he was unconscious, a figure in white who had helped him. A cripple who was whole, Togira Ikonoka. He had said, "Think of what you have done and rejoice, for you have rid the land of a great evil. You have wrought a deed no one else could. Many are in your debt." Ellipsis. Come to me, Aragon, for I have answers to all you ask. A measure of peace and satisfaction consoled Aragon. I will come. End of Book 1. Pronunciation. A jihad, a jihad. Alagezia, alagezia. Aria. Acknowledge. A twin disaster. The songs of the dead are the lamentations of the
We are starting book 2. We are starting book 2.
The songs of the dead are the lamentations of the living. So thought Aragon as he stepped over a twisted and hacked Urgle, listening to the keening of women who removed loved ones from the blood-muddied ground of Farth and Dur. Behind him Saphira delicately skirted the corpse, her glittering blue scales the only color in the gloom that filled the hollow mountain. It was 3 days since the Varden and dwarves had fought the Urgles for possession of Trondheim, the mile-high, conical city nestled in the center of Farth and Dur, but the battlefield was still strewn with carnage. The sheer number of bodies had stymied their attempts to bury the dead. In the distance, a mountainous fire glowed sullenly by Farth and Dur's wall where the Urgles were being burned. No burial or honored resting place for them. Since waking to find his wound healed by Angela, Aragon had tried 3 times to assist in the recovery effort. On each occasion he had been racked by terrible pains that seemed to explode from his spine. The healers gave him various potions to drink. Arya and Angela said that he was perfectly sound. Nevertheless, he hurt. Nor could Saphira help, only share his pain as it rebounded across their mental link. Aragon ran a hand over his face and looked up at the stars showing through Farth and Dur's distant top, which were smudged with sooty smoke from the pyre. 3 days. 3 days since he had killed Durza. 3 days since people began calling him Shadeslayer. 3 days since the remnants of the sorcerer's consciousness had ravaged his mind and he had been saved by the mysterious Togira Ikonoga, the cripple who is whole. He had told no one about that vision but Saphira. Fighting Durza and the dark spirits that controlled him had transformed Aragon, although for better or for worse he was still unsure. He felt fragile, as if a sudden shock would shatter his reconstructed body and consciousness. And now he had come to the site of the combat, driven by a morbid desire to see its aftermath. Upon arriving, he found nothing but the uncomfortable presence of death and decay, not the glory that heroic songs had led him to expect. Before his uncle, Garrow, was slain by the Rizak months earlier, the brutality that Aragon had witnessed between the humans, dwarves, and Urgles would have destroyed him. Now it numbed him. He had realized, with Saphira's help, that the only way to stay rational amid such pain was to do things. Beyond that, he no longer believed that life possessed inherent meaning, not after seeing men torn apart by the Cull, a race of giant Urgles, and the ground a bed of thrashing limbs and the dirt so wet with blood it soaked through the soles of his boots. If any honor existed in war, he concluded, it was in fighting to protect others from harm. He bent and plucked a tooth, a molar, from the dirt. Bouncing it on his palm, he and Saphira slowly made a circuit through the trampled plain. They stopped at its edge when they noticed Jormungandr, Ajahad's second in command in the Varden, hurrying toward them from Trondheim. When he came near, Jormungandr bowed, a gesture Aragon knew he would never have made just days before. "I'm glad I found you in time, Aragon." He clutched a parchment note in one hand. "A jihad is returning, and he wants you to be there when he arrives. The others are already waiting for him by Trondheim's west gate. We'll have to hurry to get there in time." Aragon nodded and headed toward the gate, keeping a hand on Saphira. The jihad had been gone most of the 3 days, hunting down Urgles who had managed to escape into the dwarf tunnels that honeycomb the stone beneath the Bior Mountains. The one time Aragon had seen him between expeditions, a jihad was in a rage over discovering that his daughter, Nasuda, had disobeyed his orders to leave with the other women and children before the battle. Instead, she had secretly fought among the Varden's archers. Murtaugh and the twins had accompanied a jihad. The twins because it was dangerous work and the Varden's leader needed the protection of their magical skills, and Murtaugh because he was eager to continue proving that he bore the Varden no ill will. It surprised Aragon how much people's attitudes toward Murtaugh had changed, considering that Murtaugh's father was the dragon rider Morzin, who had betrayed the riders to Galbatorix. Even though Murtaugh despised his father and was loyal to Aragon, the Varden had not trusted him. But now, no one was willing to waste energy on a petty hate when so much work remained. Aragon missed talking with Murtaugh and looked forward to discussing all that had happened, once he returned. As Aragon and Saphira rounded Trondheim, a small group became visible in the pool of lantern light before the timber gate. Among them were Auric, the dwarf shifting impatiently on his stout legs, and Arya. The white bandage around her upper arm gleamed in the darkness, reflecting a faint highlight onto the bottom of her hair. Aragon felt a strange thrill, as he always did when he saw the elf. She looked at him and Saphira, green eyes flashing, then continued watching for a jihad. By breaking Isidar Mithrim, the great star sapphire that was 60 feet across and carved in the shape of a rose, Arya had allowed Aragon to kill Durza and so win the battle. Still, the dwarves were furious with her for destroying their most prized treasure. They refused to move the Sapphire's remains, leaving them in a massive circle inside Trondheim's central chamber. Aragon had walked through the splintered wreckage and shared the dwarves' sorrow for all the lost beauty. He and Saphira stopped by Auric and looked out at the empty land that surrounded Trondheim, extending to Farthendur's base 5 miles away in each direction. "Where will a jihad come from?" asked Aragon. Auric pointed at a cluster of lanterns staked around a large tunnel opening a couple of miles away. "He should be here soon." Aragon waited patiently with the others, answering comments directed at him but preferring to speak with Saphira in the peace of his mind. The quiet that filled Farthendur suited him. Half an hour passed before motion flickered in the distant tunnel. A group of 10 men climbed out onto the ground, then turned and helped up as many dwarves. One of the men, Aragon assumed it was a jihad, raised a hand, and the warriors assembled behind him in 2 straight lines. At a signal, the formation marched proudly toward Trondheim. Before they went more than 5 yards, the tunnel behind them swarmed with a flurry of activity as more figures jumped out. Aragon squinted, unable to see clearly from so far away. "Those are Urgles," exclaimed Saphira, her body tensing like a drawn bowstring. Aragon did not question her. "Urgles," he cried, and leapt onto Saphira, berating himself for leaving his sword, Zarok, in his room. No one had expected an attack now that the Urgle army had been driven away. His wound twinged as Saphira lifted her azure wings, then drove them down and jumped forward, gaining speed and altitude each second. Below them, Arya ran toward the tunnel, nearly keeping a pace with Saphira. Auric trailed her with several men, while Jormungandr sprinted back toward the barracks. Aragon was forced to watch helplessly as the Urgles fell on the rear of Ajihad's warriors. He could not work magic over such a distance. The monsters had the advantage of surprise and quickly cut down 4 men, forcing the rest of the warriors, men and dwarves alike, to cluster around a jihad in an attempt to protect him. Swords and axes clashed as the groups pressed together. Light flashed from one of the twins, and an Urgle fell, clutching the stump of his severed arm. For a minute, it seemed the defenders would be able to resist the Urgles, but then a swirl of motion disturbed the air, like a faint band of mist wrapping itself around the combatants. When it cleared, only 4 warriors were standing, a jihad, the twins, and Murtaugh. The Urgles converged on them, blocking Aragon's view as he stared with rising horror and fear. No, no, no. Before Saphira could reach the fight, the knot of Urgles streamed back to the tunnel and scrambled underground, leaving only prone forms behind. The moment Saphira touched down, Aragon vaulted off, then faltered, overcome by grief and anger. "I can't do this." It reminded him too much of when he had returned to the farm to find his uncle Garrow dying. Fighting back his dread with every step, he began to search for survivors.
But thank you.
The site was eerily similar to the battlefield he had inspected earlier, except that here the blood was fresh. In the center of the massacre lay a jihad, his breastplate rent with numerous gashes, surrounded by 5 Urgles he had slain. His breath still came in ragged gasps. Aragon knelt by him and lowered his face so his tears would not land on the leader's ruined chest. No one could heal such wounds. Running up to them, Arya paused and stopped, her face transformed with sorrow when she saw that a jihad could not be saved. Aragon. The name slipped from Ajihad's lips, no more than a whisper. "Yes, I am here. Listen to me, Aragon. I have one last command for you." Aragon leaned closer to catch the dying man's words. "You must promise me something. Promise that you won't let the Varden fall into chaos. They are the only hope for resisting the Empire. They must be kept strong. You must promise me." "I promise." "Then peace be with you, Aragon Shadeslayer." With his last breath, the jihad closed his eyes, setting his noble face in repose, and died. Aragon bowed his head. He had trouble breathing past the lump in his throat, which was so hard it hurt. Arya blessed a jihad in a ripple of the ancient language, then said in her musical voice, "Alas, his death will cause much strife." "He is right, you must do all you can to avert a struggle for power. I will assist where possible." Unwilling to speak, Aragon gazed at the rest of the bodies. He would have given anything to be elsewhere. Saphira nosed one of the Urgles and said, "This should not have happened. It is an evil doing, and all the worse for coming when we should be safe and victorious." She examined another body, then swung her head around. "Where are the twins and Murtaugh? They're not among the dead." Aragon scanned the corpses. "You're right." Elation surged within him as he hurried to the tunnel's mouth. Their pools of thickening blood filled the hollows in the worn marble steps like a series of black mirrors, glossy and oval, as if several torn bodies had been dragged down them. The Urgles must have taken them. But why? They don't keep prisoners or hostages. Despair instantly returned. It doesn't matter. We can't pursue them without reinforcements. You wouldn't even fit through the opening. They may still be alive. Would you abandon them? What do you expect me to do? The dwarf tunnels are an endless maze. I would only get lost. And I couldn't catch Urgles on foot, though Arya might be able to. Then ask her to. Arya. Aragon hesitated, torn between his desire for action and his loathing to put her in danger. Still, if any one person in the Varden could handle the Urgles, it was she. With a groan, he explained what they had found. Arya's slanted eyebrows met in a frown. It makes no sense. Will you pursue them? She stared at him for a heavy moment. Why Alono? For you. Then she bounded forward, sword flashing in her hand as she dove into the earth's belly. Burning with frustration, Aragon settled cross-legged by a jihad, keeping watch over the body. He could barely assimilate the fact that a jihad was dead and Murtaugh missing. Murtaugh, son of one of the Forsworn, the 13 riders who had helped Galbatorix destroy their order and anoint himself king of Algesia, and Aragon's friend. At times Aragon had wished Murtaugh gone, but now that he had been forcibly removed, the loss left an unexpected void. He sat motionless as Oric approached with the men. When Oric saw a jihad, he stamped his feet and swore in Dwarvish, swinging his axe into the body of an Urgle. The men only stood in shock. Rubbing a pinch of dirt between his calloused hands, the dwarf growled, "Ah, now a hornet's nest has broken. You'll have no peace among the Varden after this." Barzal, but this makes things complicated. Were you in time to hear his last words? Aragon glanced at Saphira. They must wait for the right person before I'll repeat them. I see. And where'd be Arya? Aragon pointed. Oric swore again, then shook his head and sat on his heels. Jormungandr soon arrived with 12 ranks of 6 warriors each. He motioned for them to wait outside the radius of bodies while he proceeded onward alone. He bent and touched a jihad on the shoulder. How can fate be this cruel, my old friend? I would have been here sooner if not for the size of this cursed mountain, and then you might have been saved. Instead, we are wounded at the height of our triumph. Aragon softly told him about Arya and the disappearance of the twins and Murtaugh. She should not have gone, said Jormungandr, straightening, but we can do naught about it now. Guards will be posted here, but it will be at least an hour before dwarf guides can be found for another expedition into the tunnels. I'd be willing to lead it, offered Oric. Jormungandr looked back at Trondheim, his gaze distant. No, Hrothgar will need you now. Someone else will have to go. I'm sorry, Aragon, but everyone important must stay here until Ajahad's successor is chosen. Arya will have to fend for herself. We could not overtake her anyway. Aragon nodded, accepting the inevitable. Jormungandr swept his gaze around before saying so all could hear, a jihad has died a warrior's death. Look, he slew 5 Urgles where a lesser man might have been overwhelmed by one. We will give him every honor and hope his spirit pleases the gods. Bear him and our companions back to Trondheim on your shields, and do not be ashamed to let your tears be seen, for this is a day of sorrow that all will remember. May we soon have the privilege of sheathing our blades in the monsters who have slain our leader. As one, the warriors knelt, baring their heads in homage to a jihad. Then they stood and reverently lifted him on their shields so he lay between their shoulders. Already many of the Varden wept, tears flowing into beards, yet they did not disgrace their duty and allow a jihad to fall. With solemn steps, they marched back to Trondheim, Saphira and Aragon in the middle of the procession. The Council of Elders. Aragon roused himself and rolled to the edge of the bed, looking about the room, which was suffused with the dim glow of a shuttered lantern. He sat and watched Saphira sleep. Her muscled sides expanded and contracted as the great bellows of her lungs forced air through her scaled nostrils. Aragon thought of the raging inferno that she could now summon at will and send roaring out of her maw. It was an awesome sight when flames hot enough to melt metal rushed past her tongue and ivory teeth without harming them. Since she first breathed fire during his fight with Durza, while plunging toward them from the top of Trondheim, Saphira had been insufferably proud of her new talent. She was constantly releasing little jets of flame, and she took every opportunity to light objects ablaze. Because Isidar Mithrin was shattered, Aragon and Saphira had been unable to remain in the dragon vault above it. The dwarves had given them quarters in an old guardroom on Trondheim's bottom level. It was a large room, but with a low ceiling and dark walls. Anguish gripped Aragon as he remembered the events of the previous day. Tears filled his eyes, spilling over, and he caught one on his hand. They had heard nothing from Arya until late that evening, when she emerged from the tunnel, weary and footsore. Despite her best efforts, and all her magic, the Urgles had escaped her. "I found these," she said. Then she revealed one of the twins' purple robes, torn and bloody, and Murtaugh's tunic and both his leather gauntlets. They were strewn along the edge of a black chasm, the bottom of which no tunnel reaches. The Urgles must have stolen their armor and weapons and thrown the bodies into the pit. I scried both Murtaugh and the twins, and saw naught but the shadows of the abyss. Her eyes met Aragon's. "I'm sorry, they are gone." Now, in the confines of his mind, Aragon mourned Murtaugh. It was a dreadful, creeping feeling of loss and horror made worse by the fact that he had grown ever more familiar with it in past months. As he stared at the tear in his hand, a small, glistening dome, he decided to scry the three men himself. He knew it was a desperate and futile prospect, but he had to try in order to convince himself that Murtaugh was really gone. Even so, he was uncertain if he wanted to succeed where Arya had failed, if it would make him feel any better to catch a glimpse of Murtaugh lying broken at the base of a cliff deep below Farthendur. He whispered, "Drommer Kopa." Darkness enveloped the liquid, turning it into a small dot of night on his silver palm. Movement flickered through it, like the swish of a bird across a clouded moon, then nothing. Another tear joined the first. Aragon took a deep breath, leaned back, and let calm settle over him. Since recovering from Durz's wound, he had realized, humbling as it was, that he had prevailed only through sheer luck. "If I ever face another Shade, or the Rizak, or Galbatorix, I must be stronger if I expect to win. Brom could have taught me more, I know he could have. But without him, I have but one choice, the elves." Saphira's breathing quickened, and she opened her eyes, yawning expansively. "Good morning, little one." "Is it?" He looked down and leaned on his hands, compressing the mattress. "It's terrible, Murtaugh and a jihad. Why didn't sentries in the tunnels warn us of the Urgles? They shouldn't have been able to trail Ajihad's group without being noticed." Arya was right, it doesn't make sense. "We may never know the truth," said Saphira gently. She stood, wings brushing the ceiling. "You need to eat, then we must discover what the Varden are planning. We can't waste time. A new leader could be chosen within hours." Aragon agreed, thinking of how they had left everyone yesterday. Oric rushing off to give King Hrothgar the tidings, Jormungandr taking Ajihad's body to a place where it would rest until the funeral, and Arya, who stood alone and watched the goings-on. Aragon rose and strapped on Zarok and his bow, then bent and lifted Snowfire's saddle. A line of pain sheared through his torso, driving him to the floor, where he writhed, scrabbling at his back. It felt like he was being sawed in half. Saphira growled as the ripping sensation reached her. She tried to soothe him with her own mind but was unable to alleviate his suffering. Her tail instinctually lifted, as if to fight. It took minutes before the fit subsided and the last throb faded away, leaving Aragon gasping. Sweat drenched his face, making his hair stick and his eyes sting. He reached back and gingerly fingered the top of his scar. It was hot and inflamed and sensitive to touch. Saphira lowered her nose and touched him on the arm. "Oh, little one." Ellipsis. "It was worse this time," he said, staggering upright. She let him lean against her as he wiped off the sweat with a rag, then he tentatively stepped toward the door. "Are you strong enough to go? We have to. We're obliged as dragon and rider to make a public choice regarding the next head of the Varden, and perhaps even influence the selection. I won't ignore the strength of our position. We now wield great authority within the Varden. At least the twins aren't here to grab the position for themselves. That's the only good in the situation." "Very well, but Durza should suffer 1,000 years of torture for what he did to you." He grunted. "Just stay close to me." Together they made their way through Trondheim, toward the nearest kitchen. In the corridors and hallways, people stopped and bowed to them, murmuring, "Argetlum," or, "Shadeslayer." Even dwarves made the motion, though not as often. Aragon was struck by the somber, haunted expressions of the humans and the dark clothing they wore to display their sadness. Many women were dressed entirely in black, lace veils covering their faces. In the kitchen, Aragon brought a stone platter of food to a low table. Saphira watched him carefully in case he should have another attack. Several people tried to approach him, but she lifted a lip and growled, sending them scurrying away. Aragon picked at his food and pretended to ignore the disturbances. Finally, trying to divert his thoughts from Murtaugh, he asked, "Who do you think has the means to take control of the Varden now that a jihad and the twins are gone?" She hesitated. It's possible you could, if Ajahad's last words were interpreted as a blessing to secure the leadership. Almost no one would oppose you. However, that does not seem a wise path to take. I see only trouble in that direction. I agree. Besides, Arya wouldn't approve, and she could be a dangerous enemy. Elves can't lie in the ancient language, but they have no such inhibition in ours. She could deny that a jihad ever uttered those words if it served her purposes. No, I don't want the position. What about Jormungandr? The jihad called him his right-hand man. Unfortunately, we know little about him or the Varden's other leaders. Such a short time has passed since we came here. We will have to make our judgment on our feelings and impressions, without the benefit of history. Aragon pushed his fish around a lump of mashed tubers. Don't forget Hrothgar and the dwarf clans, they won't be quiet in this. Except for Arya, the elves have no say in the succession. A decision will be made before word of this even reaches them.
From the dead.
But the dwarves won't be, ignored. Hrothgar favors the Varden, but if enough clans oppose him, he might be maneuvered into backing someone unsuited for the command. And who might that be? A person easily manipulated. He closed his eyes and leaned back. It could be anyone in Parth and Duer, anyone at all. For a long while, they both considered the issues facing them. Then Saphira said, Aragon, there is someone here to see you. I can't scare him away. He cracked his eyes open, squinting as they adjusted to the light. A pale-looking youth stood by the table. The boy eyed Saphira like he was afraid she would try to eat him. What is it? Asked Aragon, not unkindly. The boy started, flustered, then bowed. You have been summoned, Argetlam, to speak before the Council of Elders. Who are they? The question confused the boy even more. The council is, people we, that is, the Varden, choose to speak on our behalf to a jihad. They were his trusted advisors, and now they wish to see you. It is a great honor. He finished with a quick smile. Are you to lead me to them? Yes, I am. Saphira looked at Aragon questioningly. He shrugged and left the uneven booth, motioning for the boy to show the way. As they walked, the boy admired Zarok with bright eyes, then looked down shyly. What are you called? Asked Aragon. Jarsha, sir. That's a good name. You carried your message well, you should be proud. Jarsha beamed and bounced forward. They reached a convex stone door, which Jarsha pushed open. The room inside was circular, with a sky blue dome decorated with constellations. A round marble table, inlaid with the crest of Der Grimstinggitum, an upright hammer ringed by 12 stars, stood in the center of the chamber. Seated there were Jormungandr and 2 other men, one tall and one broad, a woman with pinched lips, close-set eyes, and elaborately painted cheeks, and a second woman with an immense pile of gray hair above a matronly face, belied by a dagger hilt peeking out of the vast hills of her bodice. You may go, said Jormungandr to Jarsha, who quickly bowed and left. Conscious that he was being watched, Aragon surveyed the room, then seated himself in the middle of a swath of empty chairs, so that the council members were forced to turn in their seats in order to look at him. Saphira hunkered directly behind him. He could feel her hot breath on the top of his head. Jormungandr got halfway up to make a slight bow, then reseated himself. Thank you for coming, Aragon, even though you have suffered your own loss. This is Umair, the tall man, Balbert, the broad one, and Sabre and Elisary, the 2 women. Aragon inclined his head, then asked, and what of the twins, were they part of this council?
Night and darkness guide me.
Sabre shook her head sharply and tapped a long fingernail on the table. They had naught to do with us. They were slime, worse than slime, leeches that worked only for their own benefit. They had no desire to serve the Varden. Thus, they had no place in this council. Aragon could smell her perfume all the way on the other side of the table. It was thick and oily, like a rotting flower. He hid a smile at the thought. Enough. We're not here to discuss the twins, said Jormungandr. We face a crisis that must be dealt with quickly and effectively. If we don't choose Ajahad's successor, someone else will. Hrothgar has already contacted us to convey his condolences. While he was more than courteous, he is sure to be forming his own plans even as we speak. We must also consider Dubrangar Gada, the magic users. Most of them are loyal to the Varden, but it's difficult to predict their actions even in the best of times. They might decide to oppose our authority for their own advantage. That is why we need your assistance, Aragon, to provide the legitimacy required by whoever is to take Ajahad's place. Balbert heaved himself up, planting his meaty hands on the table. The 5 of us have already decided who to support. There is no doubt among us that it is the right person. But, he raised a thick finger, before we reveal who it is, you must give us your word of honor that whether you agree or disagree with us, nothing of our discussion will leave this room. Why would they want that? Aragon asked Saphira. I don't know, she said, snorting. It might be a trap. It's a gamble you'll have to take. Remember, though, they haven't asked me to pledge anything. I can always tell Arya what they say, if needed. Silly of them, forgetting that I'm as intelligent as any human. Pleased with the thought, Aragon said, very well, you have my word. Now, who do you want to lead the Varden? Nasuda. Surprised, Aragon dropped his gaze, thinking quickly. He had not considered Nasuda for the succession because of her youth. She was just a few years older than Aragon. No real reason existed, of course, for her not to lead, but why would the Council of Elders want her to? How would they benefit? He remembered Brahm's advice and tried to examine the issue from every angle, knowing that he had to decide swiftly. Nasuda has steel in her, observed Saphira. She would be like her father. Maybe, but what's their reason for picking her? To gain time, Aragon asked, why not you, Jormungandr? The Jihad called you his right-hand man. Doesn't that mean you should take his place now that he's gone? A current of unease ran through the council. Sabre sat even straighter, hands clasped before her. Umerth and Falbert glanced at each other darkly, while Elisari just smiled, the dagger hilt jiggling on her chest. Because, said Jormungandr, selecting his words with care, the Jihad was speaking of military matters then, nothing more.
What else?
Also, I am a member of this council, which only has power because we support one another. It would be foolish and dangerous for one of us to raise himself above the rest. The council relaxed as he finished, and Elisari patted Jormungandr on the forearm. Ha, exclaimed Saphira, he probably would have taken power if it were possible to force the others to back him. Just look how they eye him. He's like a wolf in their midst. A wolf in a pack of jackals, perhaps. Does Nasuda have enough experience? Inquired Aragon. Elisari pressed herself against the table's edge as she leaned forward. I had already been here for 7 years when a Jihad joined the Varden. I've watched Nasuda grow up from a darling girl to the woman she is. A trifle light-headed occasionally, but a good figure to lead the Varden. The people will love her. Now she patted herself affectionately on the bosom, and my friends will be here to guide her through these troubled times. She will never be without someone to show her the way. Inexperience should be no barrier to her taking her rightful position. Understanding flooded Aragon. They want a puppet. Ajahad's funeral will be held in 2 days, broke in Umerth. Directly afterward, we plan to appoint Nasuda as our new leader. We have yet to ask her, but she will surely agree. We want you to be present at the appointing. No one, not even Hrothgar, can complain about it then, and to swear fealty to the Varden. That will give back the confidence Ajahad's death has stolen from the people, and prevent anyone from trying to splinter this organization. Fealty. Saphira quickly touched Aragon's mind. Notice, they don't want you to swear to Nasuda, just to the Varden. Yes, and they want to be the ones to appoint Nasuda, which would indicate that the council is more powerful than she. They could have asked Arya to appoint her, but that would mean acknowledging whoever did it as above everyone in the Varden. This way, they assert their superiority over Nasuda, gain control over us through fealty, and also get the benefit of having a rider endorse Nasuda in public. What happens, he asked, if I decide not to accept your offer?
What I wouldn't give for saying.
Offer, Falbert asked, seeming puzzled. Why, nothing, of course. Only it would be a terrible slight if you're not present when Nasuda is chosen. If the hero of the Battle of Barthandur ignores her, what can she think but that a rider has spited her and found the Varden unworthy to serve? Who could bear such a shame? The message could have been no clearer. Aragon clenched Zarok's pommel under the table, yearning to scream that it was unnecessary to force him to support the Varden, that he would have done it anyway. Now, however, he instinctively wanted to rebel, to elude the shackles they were trying to place on him. Since riders are so highly thought of, I could decide that my efforts would be best spent guiding the Varden myself. The mood in the room hardened. That would be unwise, stated Sabre. Aragon combed his mind for a way to escape the situation. With a Jihad gone, said Saphira, it may be impossible to remain independent of every group, as he wanted us to.
Oh, it's her.
We cannot anger the Varden, and if this council is to control it once Nasuda is in place, then we must appease them. Remember, they act as much out of self-preservation as we do. But what will they want us to do once we are in their grasp? Will they respect the Varden's pact with the elves and send us to Elsmera for training, or command otherwise? Jormungandr strikes me as an honorable man, but the rest of the council? I can't tell. Saphira brushed the top of his head with her jaw. Agree to be at this ceremony with Nasuda, that much I think we must do. As for swearing fealty, see if you can avoid acquiescing. Perhaps something will occur between now and then that will change our position. Arya may have a solution. Without warning, Aragon nodded and said, as you wish, I shall attend Nasuda's appointment. Jormungandr looked relieved. Good, good, then we have only one more matter to deal with before you go, Nasuda's acceptance. There's no reason to delay, with all of us here. I'll send for her immediately. And Arya too. We need the elves' approval before making this decision public. It shouldn't be difficult to procure. Arya cannot go against our council and you, Aragon. She will have to agree with our judgment. Wait, commanded Elisary, a steely glint in her eyes. Your word, though, Ryder. Will you give it in fealty at the ceremony? Yes, you must do that, agreed Falbert. The Varden would be disgraced if we couldn't provide you every protection. A nice way to put it. It was worth a try, said Saphira. I fear you have no choice now. They wouldn't dare harm us if I refused. No, but they could cause us no end of grief. It is not for my own sake that I say accept, but for yours. Many dangers exist that I cannot protect you from, Aragon. With Galbatorix set against us, you need allies, not enemies, around you. We cannot afford to contend with both the Empire and the Varden. Finally, I'll give it. All around the table were signs of relaxation, even a poorly concealed sigh from Umair. They're afraid of us. As well they should be, sniped Saphira. Jormungandr called for Jarsha, and with a few words sent the boy scampering off for Nasuda and Arya. While he was gone, the conversation fell into an uncomfortable silence. Aragon ignored the council, focusing instead on working a way out of his dilemma. None sprang to mind. When the door opened again, everyone turned expectantly. First came Nasuda, chin held high and eyes steady. Her embroidered gown was the deepest shade of black, deeper even than her skin, broken only by a slash of royal purple that stretched from shoulder to hip. Behind her was Arya, her stride as lithe and smooth as a cat's, and an openly awestruck Jarsha. The boy was dismissed, then Jormungandr helped Nasuda into a seat. Aragon hastened to do the same for Arya, but she ignored the proffered chair and stood at a distance from the table. Saphira, he said, let her know all that's happened. I have a feeling the council won't inform her that they've compelled me to give the Varden my loyalty. Arya acknowledged Jormungandr with a nod, then concentrated on Nasuda. Nasuda, daughter of a jihad, the Council of Elders wishes to formally extend its deepest condolences for the loss you, more than anyone else, have suffered. In a lower voice, he added, you have our personal sympathies as well. We all know what it is like to have a family member killed by the Empire. Thank you, murmured Nasuda, lowering her almond eyes. She sat, shy and demure, and with an air of vulnerability that made Aragon want to comfort her. Her demeanor was tragically different from that of the energetic young woman who had visited him and Saphira in the Dragonhold before the battle. Although this is your time of mourning, a quandary exists that you must resolve. This council cannot leave the Varden, and someone must replace your father after the funeral. We ask that you receive the position. As his heir, it is rightfully yours, the Varden expected of you. Nasuda bowed her head with shining eyes. Grief was plain in her voice when she said, I never thought I would be called upon to take my father's place so young. Yet, if you insist it is my duty, I will embrace the office. Truth among friends. The Council of Elders beamed with triumph, pleased that Nasuda had done what they wanted. We do insist, said Jormungandr, for your own good and the good of the Varden. The rest of the elders added their expressions of support, which Nasuda accepted with sad smiles. Sabre threw an angry glance at Aragon when he did not join in. Throughout the exchange, Aragon watched Arya for any reaction to either his news or the council's announcement. Neither revelation caused her inscrutable expression to change. However, Saphira told him, she wishes to talk with us afterward. Before Aragon could reply, Falbert turned to Arya. Will the elves find this agreeable? She stared at Falbert until the man fidgeted under her piercing gaze, then lifted an eyebrow. I cannot speak for my queen, but I find nothing objectionable to it. Nasuda has my blessing. How could she find it otherwise, knowing what we've told her? Thought Aragon bitterly. We're all backed into corners. Arya's remark obviously pleased the council. Nasuda thanked her and asked Jormungandr, "Is there anything else that must be discussed?
Bring it.
For I am weary." Jormungandr shook his head. "We will make all the arrangements. I promise you won't be troubled until the funeral." "Again, thank you. Could you leave me now? I need time to consider how best to honor my father and serve the Varden." "You have given me much to ponder." Nasuda splayed her delicate fingers on the dark cloth on her lap. Umerth looked like he was going to protest at the council being dismissed, but Falbert waved a hand, silencing him. "Of course, whatever will give you peace. If you need help, we are ready and willing to serve." Gesturing for the rest of them to follow, he swept past Arya to the door. "Aragon, will you please stay?" Startled, Aragon lowered himself back into his chair, ignoring alert looks from the councilors. Falbert lingered by the door, suddenly reluctant to depart, then slowly went out. Arya was the last to go. Before she closed the door, she looked at Aragon, her eyes revealing worry and apprehension that had been concealed before. Nasuda sat partially turned away from Aragon and Saphira. "So we meet again, Ryder. You haven't greeted me. Have I offended you?" "No, Nasuda, I was reluctant to speak for fear of being rude or foolish. Current circumstances are unkind to hasty statements." Paranoia that they might be eavesdropped on gripped him. Reaching through the barrier in his mind, he delved into the magic and intoned, "Atranosu ways Bardo fra Eldhornia." "There, now we may speak without being overheard by man, dwarf, or elf."
Let's see how this goes.
Nasuda's posture softened. "Thank you, Aragon. You don't know what a gift that is." Her words were stronger and more self-assured than before. Behind Aragon's chair, Saphira stirred, then carefully made her way around the table to stand before Nasuda.
Palm power.
She lowered her great head until one sapphire eye met Nasuda's black ones. The dragon stared at her for a full minute before snorting softly and straightening.
Your whip's not been.
"Tell her," said Saphira, "that I grieve for her and her loss. Also that her strength must become the Varden's when she assumes Ajahad's mantle. They will need a sure guide." Aragon repeated the words, adding, "Ajihad was a great man. His name will always be remembered. There is something I must tell you. Before Ajihad died, he charged me, commanded me, to keep the Varden from falling into chaos. Those were his last words. Arya heard them as well. I was going to keep what he said a secret because of the implications, but you have a right to know. I'm not sure what Ajihad meant, nor exactly what he wanted, but I am certain of this, I will always defend the Varden with my powers. I wanted you to understand that, and that I've no desire to usurp the Varden's leadership." Nasuda laughed brittlely. "But that leadership isn't to be me, is it?" Her reserve had vanished, leaving behind only composure and determination. "I know why you were here before me and what the council is trying to do. Do you think that in the years I served my father, we never planned for this eventuality? I expected the council to do exactly what it did. And now everything is in place for me to take command of the Varden." "You have no intention of letting them rule you," said Aragon with wonder. "No, continue to keep Ajahad's instruction secret. It would be unwise to bandy it about, as people might take it to mean that he wanted you to succeed him, and that would undermine my authority and destabilize the Varden. He said what he thought he had to in order to protect the Varden. I would have done the same. My father," she faltered briefly. "My father's work will not go unfinished, even if it takes me to the grave. That is what I want you, as a rider, to understand. All of Ajahad's plans, all his strategies and goals, they are mine now. I will not fail him by being weak. The Empire will be brought down, Galbatorix will be dethroned, and the rightful government will be raised." By the time she finished, a tear ran down her cheek. Aragon stared, appreciating how difficult her position was in recognizing a depth of character he had not perceived before.
Still alive.
"And what of me, Nasuda?
I've come.
What shall I do in the Varden?"
Thank you.
She looked directly into his eyes. "You can do whatever you want. The council members are fools if they think to control you. You are a hero to the Varden and the dwarves, and even the elves will hail your victory over Durza when they hear of it. If you go against the council or me, we will be forced to yield, for the people will support you wholeheartedly. Right now, you are the most powerful person in the Varden. However, if you accept my leadership, I will continue the path laid down by Ajihad. You will go with Arya to the elves, be instructed there, then return to the Varden." "Why is she so honest with us?" wondered Aragon. "If she's right, could we have refused the council's demands?" Saphira took a moment to answer. "Either way, it's too late. You have already agreed to their requests. I think Nasuda is honest because your spell lets her be, and also because she hopes to win our loyalty from the elders. An idea suddenly came to Aragon, but before sharing it,
Felt
he
something.
asked, can we trust her to hold to what she said? This is very important. Yes, said Saphira. She spoke with her heart. Then Aragon shared his proposal with Saphira. She consented, so he threw Zarok and walked to
Course it's
Nasuda.
sent.
He saw a flash of fear as he approached. Her gaze darted toward the door, and she slipped a hand into a fold in her dress and grasped something. Aragon stopped before her, then knelt, Zarok flat in his hands. Nasuda, Saphira and I have been here for only a short while. But in that time we came to respect a jihad, and now, in turn, you. You fought under Farth and Dur when others fled, including the 2 women of the council, and have treated us openly
Right.
instead of with deception. Therefore, I offer you my blade,
Vern,
and my
you
fealty
watch
as a
over things.
rider. Aragon uttered the
everybody
pronouncement
knows
with a
exactly how
sense
to
of
give you pets
finality,
and live
knowing
to-
he would never have mouthed it before the battle. Seeing so many men fall and die around him had altered his perspective. Resisting the Empire was no longer something he did for himself, but for the Varden and all the people still trapped under Galbatorix's
Look what I
rule.
got.
However long it would take, he had dedicated himself to that task.
Thank you,
For the
boy.
time being, the best thing he could do was serve. Still, he and Saphira were taking a terrible risk in pledging themselves to Nasuda. The
Well,
council
that's
could
right.
not object because all Aragon had said was that he would swear fealty, but not to
Payroll.
whom. Even so, he and Saphira had no guarantee that Nasuda
worry.
would make a good leader. It's better to be sworn to an honest fool than to a lying scholar, decided Aragon. Surprise flitted across Nasuda's face. She grasped
Nice, give me
Zarok's hilt and
strength.
lifted it, staring at its crimson blade, then placed the tip on Aragon's head. I do accept your fealty with
That's beyond
honor,
my means.
Ryder, as you accept all the responsibilities accompanying the station. Rise as my vassal and take your sword. Aragon did as he was
That's
bidden.
something new to try.
He said, now I can
Well
tell
said.
you openly as my master, the council made me agree to swear to the
Ready.
Varden once you were appointed. This was the only way Saphira and I could circumvent them. Nasuda laughed with genuine delight. Ah,
there.
I see you have
That's a lot
already
of
learned
fun.
how to play our game. Very well, as my newest and only vassal, will you agree to give your fealty to me again, in public, when the council expects your vow? Of
Appreciate the
course.
lift, Lord Hermes.
Good, that will
Let's
take
go.
care of the council. Now, until then, leave me. I have much planning to do, and I must prepare for the funeral. Remember, Aragon, the bond we have just created is equally binding. I am as responsible for your actions as you are required to serve me. Do not dishonor me.
Come die
Nor you
again.
I. Nasuda paused, then gazed into his eyes and added in a gentler tone, you have my condolences, Aragon. I realize that others beside myself have cause for sorrow. While I have lost my father, you have also lost a friend. I liked Murda a great deal and it saddens me that he is gone. Goodbye, Aragon. Aragon nodded, a bitter taste in his mouth, and left the room with Saphira. The hallway outside was empty along its gray length. Aragon put his hands on his hips, tilted back his head, and exhaled. The day had barely begun, yet he was already exhausted by all the emotions that had flooded through him. Saphira nosed him and said, this way. Without further explanation, she headed down the right side of the tunnel. Her polished claws clicked on the hard floor. Aragon frowned, but followed her. Where are we going? No answer. Saphira, please. She just flicked her tail. Resigned to wait, he said instead, things have certainly changed for us. I never know what to expect from one day to the next, except sorrow and bloodshed. All is not bad, she reproached. We have won a great victory. It should be celebrated, not mourned. It doesn't help, having to deal with this other nonsense. She snorted angrily. A thin line of fire shot from her nostril, singeing Aragon's shoulder. He jumped back with a yelp, biting back a string of curses. Oops, said Saphira, shaking her head to clear the smoke. Oops, you nearly roasted my side. I didn't expect it to happen. I keep forgetting that
mix up
fire
my
will come
style.
out if I'm not careful. Imagine that every time you raised your arm,
Stay
lightning
less.
struck the ground. It would be easy to make a careless motion and destroy something unintentionally. You're right. Sorry I growled at you. Her bony eyelid clicked as she winked at him. No matter. The point I was trying to make is that even Nasuda can't force you to do anything. But I gave my word as a rider. Maybe so, but if I must break it to keep you safe, or to do the right thing, I will not hesitate. It is a burden I can easily carry. Because I'm joined to you, my honor is inherent in your pledge, but as an individual, I'm not bound by it. If I must, I will kidnap you. Any disobedience then would be no fault of your own. It should never come to that. If we have to use such tricks to do what's right, then Nasuda and the Varden will have lost all integrity. Saphira stopped. They stood before the carved archway of Trondheim's library.
Not yet.
The vast, silent room seemed
Something I can
empty,
use.
though the ranks of back-to-back bookshelves interspersed with columns could conceal many people. Lanterns poured soft light across the scroll-covered walls, illuminating the reading alcoves along their
Sounds
bases.
like Charon's breathing up ahead.
Weaving through the shelves, Saphira led him to
mate.
one alcove, where Arya sat. Aragon paused as he studied her. She seemed more agitated than he had ever seen her, though it manifested itself only in the tension of her movements. Unlike before, she wore her sword with the graceful cross guard. One hand rested on the hilt. Aragon sat at the opposite side of the marble table. Saphira positioned herself between them, where neither could escape her gaze. "What have you done?" asked Arya with unexpected hostility. "How so?" She lifted her chin. "What have you promised the Varden? What have you done?" The last part even reached Aragon mentally. He realized just how close the elf was to losing control. A bit of fear touched him.
Good.
"We only did what we had to.
Lady Osmus,
I'm ignorant
I
of
hope that
elves,
you'll accept this
customs, so if our actions upset you, I apologize. There's no cause to be angry.
Lady
Fool,
Artemis, you
you
honor
know
me.
nothing about me. I have spent 7 decades representing my queen here, 15 years of which I bore Saphira's egg between the Varden and the elves. In all that time, I struggled to ensure the Varden had wise, strong leaders who could resist Galbatorix and respect our wishes. Brahm helped me by forging the agreement concerning the new rider, you. The jihad was committed to your remaining independence so that the balance of power would not be upset. Now I see you siding with the Council of Elders, willingly or not, to control Nasuda. You have overturned a lifetime of work. What have you done?" Dismayed, Aragon dropped all pretenses. With short, clear words, he explained why he had agreed to the Council's demands and how he and Saphira had attempted to undermine them. When he finished, Arya stated, So, 70 years. Though he knew elves' lives were extraordinarily long, he had never suspected that Arya was that old, and older, for she appeared to be a woman in her early 20s. The only sign of age on her unlined face was her emerald eyes, deep, knowing, and most often solemn. Arya leaned back, studying him. "Your position is not what I would wish, but better than I had
Now
hoped.
what?
I was impolite. Saphira, and you, understand more than I thought. Your compromise will be accepted by the elves, though you must never forget your debt to us for Saphira. There would be no riders without our efforts. The debt is burned into my blood and my palm," said Aragon. In the silence that followed, he cast about for a new topic, eager to prolong their conversation and perhaps learn more about her. "You have been gone for such a long time. Do you miss Elsmera? Or did you live elsewhere?" "Elsmera was, and always shall be, my home," she said, looking beyond
Key
him.
to a weapon.
"I have not lived in my family's house since I left for the Varden, when the walls and windows were draped with spring's first flowers. The times of return were only fleeting stays, vanishing flecks of memory by our measurement." He noticed, once again, that she smelled like crushed pine needles. It was a faint, spicy odor that opened his senses and refreshed his mind. It must be hard to live among all these dwarves and humans without any of your kind. She cocked her head. "You speak of humans as if you weren't one." "Perhaps," he hesitated, "perhaps I am something else, a mixture of 2 races.
In the name of
Saphira
Hades.
lives inside me as much as I live in her. We share feelings, senses, thoughts, even to the point where we are more one mind than 2. Saphira dipped her head in agreement, nearly bumping the table with her snout. "That is how it should be," said Arya. "A pact more ancient and powerful than you can imagine links you. You won't truly understand what it means to be a rider until your training is completed. But that must wait until after the funeral. In the meantime,
Here,
may
mate.
the stars watch over you."
Even if you...
With
not
that she
enough.
departed,
You're
slipping
more
into the
stubborn.
library's shadowed depths. Aragon blinked. Is it me, or is everyone on edge today? Like Arya, one moment she's angry, the next she's giving me a blessing. No one will be comfortable until things return to normal. Define normal. Roran trudged up the hill. He stopped and squinted at the sun through his shaggy hair. 5 hours till sunset. I won't be able to stay long. With a sigh, he continued along the row of elm trees, each of which stood in a pool of uncut grass. This was his first visit to the farm since he, Horst, and 6 other men from Carbajal had removed everything worth salvaging from the destroyed house and burned barn. It had been nearly 5 months before he could consider returning. Once on the hilltop, Roran halted and crossed his arms. Before him lay the remains of his childhood home. A corner of the house still stood, crumbling and charred, but the rest had been flattened and was already covered with grass and weeds. Nothing could be seen of the barn. The few acres they had managed to cultivate each year were now filled with dandelions, wild mustard, and more grass. Here and there, stray beets or turnips had survived, but that was all. Just beyond the farm, a thick belt of trees obscured the Honora River. Roarin clenched a fist, jaw muscles knotting painfully as he fought back a combination of rage and grief. He stayed rooted to the spot for many long minutes, trembling whenever a pleasant memory rushed through him. This place had been his entire life and more. It had been his past, and his future.
Yes.
His father, Garrow, once said, "The land is a special thing. Care for it, and it'll care for you." Not many things will do that. Roarin had intended to do exactly that up until the moment his world was ruptured by a quiet message from Baldor. With a groan, he spun away and stalked back toward the road. The shock of that moment still resonated within him. Having everyone he loved torn away in an instant was a soul-changing event from which he would never recover. It had seeped into every aspect of his behavior and outlook. It also forced Roarin to think more than ever before. It was as if bands had been cinched around his mind, and those bands had snapped, allowing him to ponder ideas that were previously unimaginable. Such as the fact that he might not become a farmer, or that justice, the greatest standby in songs and legends, had little hold in reality. At times these thoughts filled his consciousness to the point where he could barely rise in the morning, feeling bloated with their heaviness. Turning on the road, he headed north through Palanker Valley, back to Carbajal. The notched mountains on either side were laden with snow, despite the spring greenery that had crept over the valley floor in past weeks. Overhead, a single gray cloud drifted toward the peaks. Roarin ran a hand across his chin, feeling the stubble. Aragon caused all this, him and his blasted curiosity, by bringing that stone out of the spine. It had taken Roarin weeks to reach that conclusion. He had listened to everyone's accounts. Several times he had Gertrude, the town healer, read aloud the letter Brom had left him. And there was no other explanation. Whatever that stone was, it must have attracted the strangers. For that alone, he blamed Garrow's death on Aragon, though not in anger. He knew that Aragon had intended no harm. No, what roused his fury was that Aragon had left Garrow unburied and fled Palanker Valley, abandoning his responsibilities to gallop off with the old storyteller on some harebrained journey. How could Aragon have so little regard for those left behind? Did he run because he felt guilty? Afraid? Did Brom mislead him with wild tales of adventure? And why would Aragon listen to such things at a time like that? I don't even know if he's dead or alive right now. Roarin scowled and rolled his shoulders, trying to clear his mind. Brom's letter. Bah, he had never heard a more ridiculous collection of insinuations and ominous hints. The only thing it made clear was to avoid the strangers, which was common sense to begin with. The old man was crazy, he decided. A flicker of movement caused Roarin to turn, and he saw 12 deer, including a young buck with velvet horns, trotting back into the trees. He made sure to note their location so he could find them tomorrow. He was proud that he could hunt well enough to support himself in Horse's house, though he had never been as skilled as Aragon. As he walked, he continued to order his thoughts. After Garrow's death, Roarin had abandoned his job at Dempton's mill in Thurnsford and returned to Carbajal. Horst had agreed to house him and, in the following month, had provided him with work in the forge. Grief had delayed Roarin's decisions about the future until 2 days ago, when he finally settled upon a course of action. He wanted to marry Katrina, the butcher's daughter. The reason he went to Thurnsford in the first place was to earn money to ensure a smooth beginning to their life together. But now, without a farm, a home, or means to support her, Roarin could not in good conscience ask for Katrina's hand. His pride would not allow it. Nor did Roarin think Sloane, her father, would tolerate a suitor with such poor prospects. Even under the best of circumstances, Roarin had expected to have a hard time convincing Sloane to give up Katrina. The two of them had never been friendly. And it was impossible for Roarin to wed Katrina without her father's consent, not unless they wished to divide her family, anger the village by defying tradition, and, most likely, start a blood feud with Sloane. Considering the situation, it seemed to Roarin that the only option available to him was to rebuild his farm, even if he had to raise the house and barn himself. It would be hard, starting from nothing, but once his position was secured, he could approach Sloane with his head held high. Next spring is the soonest we might talk, thought Roarin, grimacing. He knew Katrina would wait, for a time, at least. He continued at a steady pace until evening, when the village came into view. Within the small huddle of buildings, wash hung on lines strung from window to window. Men filed back toward the houses from surrounding fields thick with winter wheat. Behind Carvajal, the half-mile-high wall of falls gleamed in the sunset as it tumbled down the spine into the Honora. The sight warmed Roran because it was so ordinary. Nothing was more comforting than having everything where it should be. Leaving the road, he made his way up the rise to where Horst's house sat with a view of the spine. The door was already open. Roran tromped inside, following the sounds of conversation into the kitchen. Horst was there, leaning on the rough table pushed into one corner of the room, his arms bare to the elbow. Next to him was his wife, Elaine, who was nearly 5 months pregnant and smiling with quiet contentment. Their sons, Albrecht and Valdor, faced them. As Roran entered, Albrecht said, "And I still hadn't left the fort yet. Thane swears he saw me, but I was on the other side of town." "What's going on?" asked Roran, slipping off his pack. Elaine exchanged a glance with Horst. "Here, let me get you something to eat." She set bread and a bowl of cold stew before him. Then she looked him in the eye, as if searching for a particular expression. "How was it?" Roran shrugged. "All of the wood is either burnt or rotting, nothing worth using. The well is still intact, and that's something to be grateful for, I suppose. I'll have to cut timber for the house as soon as possible if I'm going to have a roof over my head by planting season. Now tell me, what's happened?" "Ha!" exclaimed Horst. "There's been quite a row, there has.
Moving right along.
Thane is missing a scythe and he thinks Albrecht took it. He probably dropped it in the grass and forgot where he left it," snorted Albrecht. "Probably," agreed Horst, smiling. Roran bit into the bread. "It doesn't make much sense, accusing you. If you needed a scythe, you could just forge one." "I know," said Albrecht, dropping into a chair, but instead of looking for his, he starts grousing that he saw someone leaving his field and that it looked a bit like me, and since no one else looks like me, I must have stolen the scythe. It was true that no one looked like him. Albrecht had inherited both his father's size and Elaine's honey blonde hair, which made him an oddity in Carvajal, where brown was the predominant hair color. In contrast, Valdor was both thinner and dark-haired. "I'm sure it'll turn up," said Valdor quietly. "Try not to get too angry over it in the meantime." "Easy for you to say." As Roran finished the last of the bread and started on the stew, he asked Horst, "Do you need me for anything tomorrow?" "Not especially. I'll just be working on Quimby's wagon. The blasted frame still won't sit square." Roran nodded, pleased. "Good. Then I'll take the day and go hunting. There are a few deer farther down the valley that don't look too scrawny." Their ribs weren't showing, at least. Valdor suddenly brightened. "Do you want some company?" "Sure, we can leave at dawn." When he finished eating, Roran scrubbed his face and hands clean, then wandered outside to clear his head. Stretching leisurely, he strolled toward the center of town. Halfway there, the chatter of excited voices outside the Seven Chiefs caught his attention. He turned, curious, and made his way to the tavern, where an odd sight met him. Sitting on the porch was a middle-aged man draped in a patchwork leather coat. Beside him was a pack festooned with the steel jaws of the trapper's trade. Several dozen villagers listened as he gestured expansively and said, "So when I arrived at Thurensburg, I went to this man, Neil. Good, honest man, I helped in his fields during the spring and summer." Roran nodded. Trappers spent the winter squirreled away in the mountains, returning in the spring to sell their skins to tanners like Gedrick and then to take up work, usually as farmhands. Since Carvajal was the northernmost village in the spine, many trappers passed through it, which was one of the reasons Carvajal had its own tavern, blacksmith, and tanner. After a few steins of ale, to lubricate my speaking, you understand, after I'll fear with nary a word uttered, except perhaps for blaspheming the world and all beyond when losing a bear biter, I come to kneel, the froth still fresh on my beard, and start exchanging gossip. As our transaction proceeds, I ask him all gregarious like, what news of the Empire or the King? May he rot with gangrene and trench mouth. Was anyone born or died or vanished that I should know of? And then guess what? Neil leaned forward, going all serious about the mouth, and said that word is going around. There is, from Gros Leona and Gillette of strange happenings here, there, and everywhere in Algesia. The Urgles have fair disappeared from civilized lands, and good riddance, but not one man can tell why or where. Half the trade in the Empire has dried up as a result of raids and attacks and, from what I heard, it isn't the work of mere brigands, for the attacks are too widespread, too calculated. No goods are stolen, only burned or soiled. But that's not the end of it. Oh no, not by the tip of your blessed grandmother's whiskers. The trapper shook his head and took a sip from his wineskin before continuing. There be mutterings of a shade haunting the northern territories. He's been seen along the edge of New Weldenbarden and near Gilead. They say his teeth are filed to points, his eyes are as red as wine, and his hair is as red as the blood he drinks. Worse, something seems to have gotten our fine, mad monarch stander up, so it has. 5 days passed, a juggler from the south stopped in Nuremberg on his lonesome way to Sunan, and he said the troops have been moving and gathering, though for what was beyond him. He shrugged. This might have taught me when I was a suckling babe, where there's smoke, there's fire. Perhaps it's the Barden. They've caused old iron bones enough pain in the ass over the years. Or perhaps Galbatorix finally decided he's had enough of tolerating Serta. At least he knows where to find it, unlike those rebels. He'll crush Serta like a bear crushes an ant, he will. Roran blinked as a babble of questions exploded around the trapper. He was inclined to doubt the report of a shade. It sounded too much like a story a drunk woodsman might invent, but the rest of it all sounded bad enough to be true. Serta, little information reached Carvajal about that distant country, but Roran at least knew that, although Serta and the Empire were ostensibly at peace, Serdans lived in constant fear that their more powerful neighbor to the north would invade them. For that reason, it was said that Roran, their king, supported the Barden. If the trapper was right about Galbatorix, then it could mean ugly war crouched in the future, accompanied by the hardships of increased taxes and forced conscription. I would rather live in an age devoid of momentous events. The people makes already difficult lives, such as ours, nigh impossible. What's more, there have even been tales of, here the trapper paused and, with a knowing expression, tapped the side of his nose with his forefinger. Tales of a new rider in Algesia. He laughed then, a big, hearty laugh, slapping his belly as he rocked back on the porch. Roran laughed as well. Stories of riders appeared every few years. They had excited his interest the first 2 or 3 times, but he soon learned not to trust such accounts, for they all came to naught. The rumors were nothing more than wishful thinking on the part of those who longed for a brighter future. He was about to head off when he noticed Katrina standing by the corner of the tavern, garbed in a long russet dress decorated with green ribbon. She gazed at him with the same intensity with which he gazed at her. Going over, he touched her on the shoulder and, together, they slipped away. They walked to the edge of Carvajal, where they stood looking at the stars. The heavens were brilliant, shimmering with thousands of celestial fires. And arching above them, from north to south, was the glorious pearly band that streamed from horizon to horizon, like diamond dust tossed from a pitcher. Without looking at him, Katrina rested her head on Roran's shoulder and asked, "How was your day?" "I returned home." He felt her stiffen against him. "What was it like?" "Terrible." His voice caught and he fell silent, holding her tightly. The scent of her copper hair on his cheek was like an elixir of wine and spice and perfume. It seemed deep inside him, warm and comforting. The house, the barn, the fields, they're all being overrun. I wouldn't have found them if I didn't know where to look. She finally turned to face him, stars flashing in her eyes, sorrow on her face. "Oh, Roran," she kissed him, lips brushing his for a brief moment. "You have endured so much loss, and yet your strength has never failed you. Will you return to your farm now?" "Aye, farming is all I know." "And what shall become of me?" He hesitated. From the moment he began to court her, an unspoken assumption that they would marry had existed between them. There had been no need to discuss his intentions, they were as plain as the day was long, and so her question unsettled him. It also felt improper to address the issue in such an open manner when he was not ready to tender an offer. It was his place to make the overtures, first to Sloane and then to Katrina, not hers. Still, he had to deal with her concern now that it had been expressed. "Katrina, I cannot approach your father as I had planned. He would laugh at me, and rightly so. We have to wait. Once I have a place for us to live and I've collected my first harvest, then he will listen to me." She faced the sky once more and whispered something so faint, he could not make it out. "What?" I said, "Are you afraid of him?" "Of course not." "Aye. Then you must get his permission, tomorrow, and set the engagement. Make him understand that, though you have nothing now, you will give me a good home and be a son-in-law he can be proud of. There's no reason we should waste our years living apart when we feel like this." "I can't do that," he said with a note of despair, willing her to understand. "I can't provide for you, I can't. Don't you understand?" She stepped away, her voice strained with urgency. "I love you, Roran, and I want to be with you, but Father has other plans for me. There are far more eligible men than you, and the longer you delay, the more he presses me to consent to a match of which he approves. He fears I will become an old maid, and I fear that too. I have only so much time or choice in Carvajal. If I must take another, I will. Tears glistened in her eyes as she gave him a searching glance, waiting for his response, then gathered up her dress and rushed back to the houses. Roran stood there, motionless with shock. Her absence was as acute for him as losing the farm, the world suddenly gone cold and unfriendly. It was as if part of himself had been torn away. It was hours before he could return to horses and slip into bed. The hunted hunters. Dirt crunched under Roran's boots as he led the way down the valley, which was full and pale in the early hours of the overcast morning. Valdor followed close behind, both of them carrying strung bows. Neither spoke as they studied their surroundings for signs of the deer. There, said Valdor in a low voice, pointing at a set of tracks leading toward a bramble on the edge of the Honora. Roran nodded and started after the spoor. It looked about a day old, so he risked speaking. Could I have your advice, Valdor? You seem to have a good understanding of people. Of course. What is it? For a long time, the pad of their feet was the only noise. Sloane wants to marry off Katrina, and not to me. Every day that passes increases the chance he will arrange a union to his liking. What does Katrina say of this? Roran shrugged. He is her father. She cannot continue to defy his will when no one she does want has stepped forward to claim her. That is, you. I. And that's why you were up so early. It was no question. In fact, Roran had been too worried to sleep at all. He had spent the entire night thinking about Katrina, trying to find a solution to their predicament. I can't bear to lose her. But I don't think Sloane will give us his blessing, what with my position and all. No, I don't think he would, agreed Valdor. He glanced at Roran out of the corner of his eye. What is it you want my advice on, though? A snort of laughter escaped Roran. How can I convince Sloane otherwise? How can I resolve this dilemma without starting a blood feud? He threw his hands up. What should I do? Have you no ideas? I do, but not of a sort I find pleasing. It occurred to me that Katrina and I could simply announce we were engaged, not that we are yet, and hang the consequences. That would force Sloane to accept our betrothal. A frown creased Valdor's brow. He said carefully, maybe, but it would also create a slew of bad feelings throughout Carvajal. Few would approve of your actions. Nor would it be wise to force Katrina to choose between you or her family. She might resent you for it in years to come. I know, but what alternative do I have? Before you take such a drastic step, I recommend you try to win Sloane over as an ally. There's a chance you might succeed. After all, if it's made clear to him that no one else will want to marry an angry Katrina. Especially when you're around to cuckold the husband. Roran grimaced and kept his gaze on the ground. Valdor laughed. If you fail, well then, you can proceed with confidence, knowing that you have indeed exhausted all other routes. And people will be less likely to spit upon you for breaking tradition and more likely to say Sloane's bullheaded ways brought it upon himself. Neither course is easy. You knew that to begin with.